Well, first of all, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to the EEPG and the EEPG board for accepting our invitation to Turin. As you know, this year is the 130th anniversary of Lattes Editori, which is why we organized a series of events and initiatives all over 2023. And we thought that hosting an EEPG Open Conference was the ideal way to celebrate our anniversary as well, but in a concrete way, not just a big party, but something useful for everybody. So, thank you. You will be hearing a lot today about Turin, especially Turin being the first Italian capital at the end of the 19th century. I talked shortly about it yesterday, but you will hear more today from our guests, because there's a reason why we'll be talking about this, because this is part of why there are so many publishing houses and educational publishing houses in Turin. Of course, where there is the Ministry of Education, educational publishers flourish. So welcome, have a good day, and I think that it's Cristina Mussinelli now. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. It's Cristina Mussinelli, but with the hat of our president, Riccardo Federico Levi, who had to make a speech, introductory speech today, but he has been invited in a meeting by the Ministry of Culture. He could not decline. It was this morning, so he is very, very sorry he could not be here. He asked me to confirm you that for the Italian Publishing Association, but also for the Federation of European Publishers, that is the other organization he is president, the educational sector is very, very important, and is one of the most important sector at European level, because it's the starting of culture and a lot of other things for people. So he will support any initiative you think will be useful for you. So thank you very much, and sorry for him not being here. Thank you.
I'm Emanuele Bona. I'm representing the paper, the printing and the cardboard industry at the Unione Industriali di Torino. Unione Industriali is representing the manufacturing, the service company since 1906, so it's more than one century, so here in Torino. And it's part of Confindustria. You maybe have heard about Business Europe. Business Europe is the European association representing manufacturing and servicing company. And Confindustria is the Italian chapter, let's say. And I think, if I'm not wrong, it's the second biggest in Europe. So really a very, very important organization. Unione Industriali Torino is divided in categories. So for sure, you all know Fiat. Fiat for Torino, it has been always important, a little bit less today, let's say, but however, automotive, it's a very important part of the industry in Torino, together with aerospace, construction, ICT, so there are very important sectors and categories represented in Unione Industriali Torino, among them, for sure, publishing, and the one I represent, as said, printing, paper printing and cardboard, that is there from the beginning, and I can say my family is there from the beginning, from 1906. So the printing industry has a big tradition, we know, and in Torino in specific. What is Unione Industriale doing is supporting companies on a day-by-day basis, so all what concerns HR in specific, but finance and going international, or law support. So there is all a day-by-day support, but there is also a strategic level. It's the one I would like to focus today. Just 2 days ago, there has been the General Assembly. Our president, Giorgio Marziai, took us in that direction. I mean, the way of making industry is completely changing. Today, we are all talking about integrated value chain, integrated supply chain. So this changes completely our way of working. We are used in our world, the one we all are working in, has a big tradition. So changements are more difficult to be taken into account, but this is what we are pushed to do, because for sure, when we look at the strategic level, is the future that we have to look into. So also our industry are changing a lot. For that reason, you see now, and Marzia then will describe it much more better, you have a book on, which is talking about the Turin publishing district, because what we have done in the last years, it's really to focus how to manage, how to drive as association the changement that the world takes to our business. We know that being publisher, being printers, being paper manufacturers today, it's much more different. It was also 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So as association, we are supporting companies in that way. And we made a work, where we try to fix the vision and the roadmap of, let's say, our district. And one of the key points that came out is that in Torino, there is the Turin Publishing District, a real district where there is a complete ecosystem. I think it's quite unique in Italy, and I think in Europe as well. I was in France last week by publisher, by customers, and they confirmed in Torino there is a complete ecosystem for print, so pre-press, press, post-press, logistic, and distribution, but for digital today. Today, digital, we know it's very important in our product, in our services, but skills, companies has been developed in the last 10 years, I can say also 20 years, because digital asset management, content management, artificial intelligence, digital products, in Torino, it's something that it's not new. It's already part, and you can see that in the book, in the presentation, because there are companies that are really focused to that. We learned also that the competencies changes, so we have to open, because new product and new service for delivering content are there, and so it comes then with the idea that we have to work on creating a system that creates competencies. That's very difficult, because first of all, we need to be attractive, because our industry needs to be attractive, because today the competition among the different industries is very strong. But then once we have them on board, we have to give them the right competencies. So what I would like to stress is really that we have in Torino, there is a huge tradition. Torino is named the book city, la città del libro. I want to mention also we have a book fair, which is Salone del Libro Torino. It's the most important, come?
Just a small one.
A small one. For that reason, I want to mention, because it was in May, it's 35th edition. So more than 250,000 people attended that fair. It's in Torino. And around the Salone del Libro, there are publishers that have a very long tradition, fiction, non-fiction, and especially then in educational publishing, also the industry side, for sure, but Torino is strongly linked to the book industry. But this is the starting point. We have always to take into account that these are assets for building the future, and as an association, we are really trying to support companies in that direction. I need to say that the answer we had when we launched this study, this project, has been very, very positive. And today, you can find in Torino, say the Turin Publishing District, so a publishing district which has all the competencies for providing services for delivering, especially publishing content. So really a big welcome from my side as well here in Torino. Thanks so much for organizing that meeting. And for sure, I want to mention that among the Italian publisher, educational publisher in Torino, they are, I would say, the most important for sure you mentioned and you celebrate today, this year, the 130 years, so it's a long tradition, but remember also there is Löscher, there is Say, they are all companies that have more than 1 century tradition. So here in Torino, we have really important asset for looking to the future and based on that ecosystem that I'm sure Marzia will present you today. So have a nice day and thank you very much.
Thank you, EEPG, for your invitation. My speech is very technical, but I hope that will be useful. So I'm Marzia Camarda. I'm the president of the Italian cultural content industry. Exactly because, as Simone said, we need to learn from all the fields of content. We are publishers or publishing services, but we work with music, with cinema, with audio, video, photographs, and so on. So we need to work together in order to be more efficient. The Italian cultural content industry is an association gathering companies and professionals from the content industry, such as publishing, cinema, music and entertainment, museum, visual arts, video games, and so on. It's a very, very big field in Italy, of course, as in all Europe. And ICCI's goal is to create a national and international hub that supports the development of the entire content industry chain through concrete actions to solve problems affecting all companies and or operators in the sector. I think it's the same philosophy of the EEPG, so find other companies, other professionals in order to can talk together and try to solve collective problems. But today we present the Turin Publishing District, so a network of companies. As the only case in Italy, I think that someone else has already said this, covers the entire publishing supply chain, both in print and digital formats. First of all, let me tell you something about Turin's publishing tradition. Turin, Italy's first capital, has always had the extraordinary ability to transform culture into business. So publishing is one example, but cinema, the first movie in Italy, has been produced in Turin. Design and music have all found in Turin a perfect place to develop. So it's a typical, specific competence, not only producing culture, but producing industry culture. And this is, I think, specific identity. A publishing district has grown up around the numerous historic publishing houses based in the city, such as Lattes, Einaudi, Paravia, Löscher, Utet, Sei, Bollati Boringhieri. But in Piedmont area, there are 300 publishers. And as Simone said, it's not only an heritage identity that we are the first capital, but we are an intellectual capital. And for that reason, we were the first capital of Italy. And this intellectual tradition is still here. So how it works? I know that you already know perfectly the supply chain, but it was interesting to see it all together. So around publishers, you can find all the other companies that works for publishers. Okay. The complete process takes place here, from design, layout, paper cutting and printing, to the development of digital resources, marketing, packaging, logistics and distribution, so all. And the collaboration between the companies of the district allows the publishing houses to create their products cost-effectively, efficiently, and with results of the highest quality in all areas. educational, miscellaneous, non-fiction, and major works. So this little booklet, it's an example of cooperation in a very, very short time, and work together, it's a good way to control costs and to have higher quality. So in Piedmont region, there are over 4,000 companies working in the publishing sector. On the occasion of the Open EEPG conference, we realized the booklet which you received this morning containing a selection of the companies that we think might be interesting for educational publishers abroad. Of course, there are not 4,000 companies, or we had made an encyclopedia. But let's see how the booklet is organized. It is divided into two sections. The first one contains some tables, one for each area of the publishing process. We already had the flow chart, but here you can say an example. So this is the pre-press table, so one of this table. So in the first line, you can see the name of the companies, Edizioni Lina Bruna, SG, Frege Maiuscola, Ibidem, and so on. And in the first column you can find the single services. So in this way, you can easily see which companies provide a specific service. So if you need something, you can find the service that you need and find which are the companies that can provide it. Okay, the second section contains the presentation of each company, where you find the company description, the list of the services they provide, and the contact. So it's very easy. And of course, the companies of the Turin district have a long experience working together in order to provide cost efficiency, time saving, and high quality. So I hope that this tool will be useful for your business. And so we are ready to get in touch with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this event. I'm really, really pleased to meet publishers in person. It's really very, very interesting. It's also taken me a little bit away from the work I have been immersed over the past year or more. So it's also opportunity for me to see the work on trying to support inclusion of Ukrainian children in education systems from a little bit of different perspective. I should also put a disclaimer. I really haven't been in touch with the publishing work and with too much focus on material. So we were really focusing over the past year more on education and inclusion issues. So that's what I'm going to focus on. As Helga said, I am now working as a consultant for UNICEF, and my presentation is going to talk overall on the situation in Europe, but the focus will be primarily on countries that are neighboring Ukraine, because that's where UNICEF and other UN agencies are based for. So even if I have tried to put some information from across Europe, the focus will be primarily on these countries. And obviously, I have very first-hand experiences from what's going on in Slovakia. So that's a new country receiving refugee children, so that was also a very interesting experience. And I should also say, because it's only 1 and a couple months since the war started, the access to data is very still limited. It's not time yet to gather big research studies, qualitative, and there are qualitative already some surveys, and we have both UNICEF, also EU, obviously, try to gather information, but I will talk about challenges with data during my presentation. I'll start with something that I'm aware that every day we read about Ukrainians in Europe. Every day there is a new story about what's going on in Ukraine, but just a glimpse of the big data. So if you look at it, we talk about the more than 8 million people that have been on the move from Ukraine to outside. In terms of biggest number, there is Russia still as a country where over almost 3 million Ukrainians moved. But if we take European Union, then 4.5 million Ukrainians entered the countries of European Union. And there is also, if you take the around 40 million population of Ukraine, we talk about a quarter of them practically on the move. We don't also include in these numbers the millions of Ukrainians that had been displaced from their homes and are moved within Ukraine. So that's another big number. There is also movement because the borders are open, and that's quite unlikely with the previous, for example, Syrian refugee crisis. Many Ukrainians are also returning back or just visiting, coming for a short time and then returning back. So there is a lot of movement also at the border. From the European countries, the biggest number of Ukrainian refugees are in Poland, Germany, and Czech Republic. And there are quite big variations. And okay, in terms of children, according to UNICEF, over half of children in Ukraine have been pushed out of their homes. So either moving out within Ukraine to another place or crossing the border of Ukraine to another country. Of these, we have estimated that about a quarter of those numbers are outside of Ukraine. So there's a huge number of children outside. These children also have experienced a lot of trauma and distress related to the consequences of the war, and they also have experience that are quite unsettling also for many of them when they relocated to another country. So that's very important to take into consideration, because for many, the family life has changed. A lot of them have their fathers staying in Ukraine, brothers, uncles, grandparents. So it's a reconfigured family life for many of them, and that's adding to a factor that I will be talking about what are the challenges of including them in education systems. From the perspective of inclusion, it's also important to think about this. This is a crisis that comes not through the more traditional routes through Mediterranean, but from east, and that affects countries that were before not very much open to receiving migrants, refugees, asylum seekers. And now these countries really now took the big brand of receiving them. Not most of the Ukrainians stayed in these countries, but they still went through them, and the countries had to respond in offering shelter, safety, responding to immediate needs. So that was, for example, why the government of the neighboring countries invited UN offices that traditionally do not operate in Europe to come and help responding with this humanitarian crisis. I have just an example. You see the size of populations mostly went through Poland, but also through countries like Slovakia, which is 5 million, small country. Almost around 800,000 people went through Slovakia. Approximately 110,000 registered there. So approximately 1/8 of people stayed. In Poland, the situation will be different. There will be more people staying rather than continuing to other country. And this is just for you to compare how big differences are there in intake of Ukrainian refugee countries. So it's somewhere between 1 and 1.6 million for Poland to Luxembourg, which is about just under 7,000. These are numbers of registration for temporary protection. So those people who really applied for temporary protection. There might be more people, but this is what every single country collected this information. And not only are the differences huge in terms of how many countries are there, as you can see, there are differences also in countries receiving them, because traditionally Western Europe was taking brunt of refugees in previous crises, whether it was fleeing conflicts in former Yugoslavia or Syria, Afghanistan, Iran. They were coming mostly to Western countries. Now, this is quite interesting because my own country, which was very, very conservative and very reluctant until now, has now been among the top 6, 7 countries that have received these Ukrainian refugees. What is also important to take into consideration is the share, not just the volume, but also share in terms of overall population. So for example, for Slovakia, this 110,000 means approximately 2.1% of the total population. And the same goes to countries like Estonia, which if you look at it, it's only 70,000 people, but for the overall small country, that's 5% increase within few months. So that's very important to keep into consideration when we talk about inclusion, what an impact those numbers had. It was already stated several times by big international organizations that this is a crisis that is biggest since in the recent history, since the Second World War. But what is very important also to keep in mind that this is a crisis that happened in a very short time. The brunt of people came in a couple months at the beginning. So from the 4.5 million I talked about at the beginning, around 2 million within few weeks. So it's not just the volume, but it's the speed that is very important to keep in mind. There is also what I mentioned earlier, that hosting countries, and particularly those neighboring countries, had very limited experiences with responding to humanitarian crises, to refugee crises. They were really not prepared for this. On top of it, those countries, and I suppose also many across the whole European Union, were not prepared, no one was prepared. So the capacities to take care of these people were fairly limited. Many countries already had overstretched systems, services that were already missing for the local population. So another important thing to consider is that the demographics of the Ukrainian crisis is different. 90% of the refugees were women and children. So that's also quite different sort of structure of people. There were also a higher number of elder people. I talked about children, about 1/3 of them were children. It's also interesting that from the surveys, again, qualitative studies we have, there is quite a high number of refugees with higher education. So again, educational backgrounds is quite different to the previous ones, as well as their employment. Many of the women who came used to work as self-employed, they were employed in Ukraine, and they were now seeking not only home shelter, but also employment opportunities. So their needs were really quite a spectrum. It wasn't just job they were looking for. But if women come with a child or children, several of them, very often there was a need for childcare, for mother care, there was a need for social care and support, and obviously housing and employment, and then education. I'm not going to talk a lot about that. We all remember how EU responded with very, very, very positively. There was from all levels, from individuals to country level to governmental level, very positive response. But what is important that within EU, member states within few days, weeks, decided and approved to activate EU directive on temporary protection. That was something that was adopted by the EU in 2001. But never came into implementation until now. So in March 2022, member states approved activation of the EU temporary protection directives. And that was very important policy because it gave access and right to Ukrainian refugees the same access to education, but also right to residence, temporary residence, employment, care, basic health care, social services. So it was very, very different how people from Ukraine were included in society if we compare it with the Syrian crisis in 2015, where people were mostly channeled a lot to accommodation centers, asylum seeker centers, etc. So what does it mean when we talk about integration of education children in education? I already mentioned that about 1/3 of those 4.5 million, so approximately 1.5 million of Ukrainians in Europe are children. And when I talk about children all the time, I'm talking about 0 to 17, so minors. What was very important that from the very beginning, all countries have tried to provide access to schools almost practically immediately as the people arrived. It was very important that those children whose life was totally changed, that their education and learning wasn't disrupting for too long. So even in a country like Slovakia, totally unprepared, the moment the child with the family got some accommodation, there were already schools opening the door and saying, you can come, you can get the child into our, we will just take them. And so we already know numbers the EU collected, the European Commission, for this school year. So in September, approximately half a million of children were already enrolled, properly enrolled in schools, in education systems in EU. What is also important to bear in mind that the enrollment also has a different characters, that some children were fully immersed and fully enrolled in education systems, so they just follow now schooling in the host country. But many of them are also opting to follow online education in Ukraine. So what means in the afternoon when they come back from school, they continue for several hours, usually from home, following online education. And there are some of them where in some countries, parents just opted for keeping their children at home and they just do the online. So they don't attend, they're not in schools in host countries. And countries are also, what I would like to say is it's very much affected. One of the key factors that influence this is the intention of Ukrainians and their plans for their stay while they're waiting till situation changes in Ukraine. Obviously, most of people, when we did when UNHCR did a survey, most people, majority, 81%, responded that they would like to obviously return back to home. But these intentions and plans to return are changing over the course of a year. We've witnessed when we were trying to enroll children in September in Slovakia, that was when there were the first advancement of Ukrainian army, and parents were hoping, oh, we're coming back home soon. So really, September was a very difficult month to enroll children because most of Ukrainians in Slovakia were hoping, we're going back, we're not enrolling children. Then, obviously, over the course of weeks, they realized this is not going to happen. So during the school year, more children were then enrolled. The Fundamental Rights Agency did also last, I think, summer, early autumn, survey among the parents and young people from the age of 12 about their intent. And one of the several questions were about the intention to stay, and there was a very clear sort of division about the third who said, yes, we intend and plan to stay. They probably lost their houses. They're coming from the regions where they have nowhere to return. About a third were saying, no, we definitely want as soon as possible go back, and then there were the 1/3 undecided. Because of the EU Temporary Protection Directive, all member states provided open and free access to education system. So for compulsory schooling, which means that schools were obliged to take children and look for capacities. So that is quite a big, again, difference in comparison to previous refugee crises, that this is now an obligation of the education system and schools to provide place and enrolled and include Ukrainian children. We also have a lot of feedback from schools that despite this, there is a lot of movement. So children are moving with their families from country to country during the school year. So you are dealing with a situation where you need to involve children, enroll them in several schools over the school year. You also need to address the issues of reporting, assessment, how do you transfer marks from one place to another. So there is a lot of challenges also related around the movement. Several parents, as I said, went to Ukraine and then returned back. They went back for prolonged time over Christmas time. So this is where the schools are really struggling with this. There is also different approaches how the EU applied the compulsory education to Ukrainian children. In most countries, according to the study of that the European Commission, DG Education did, approximately 2/3, more than half, particularly Western countries, apply compulsory education also to Ukrainian children. You are registered in our country, you have to enroll your child into a local school. However, some countries, including Slovakia, neighboring countries particularly, decided to give option to Ukrainian parents. So it is their choice to decide whether they will enroll the child into school and then the school is obliged to take them, or whether they decide to keep their children with online education. Data on this is practically unavailable. So it's really, really difficult to see how many children are in the country, individual country, following Ukrainian online education. What we also know, and this is also from the work of DG EAC, is that those countries that apply compulsory education have higher enrollment rates. Countries which give the choice, where the compulsory education is not, have somehow lower, but even within these countries there are big differences. This is a table that is based on the work we have done as UNICEF offices in the neighboring countries, but also based on information I got from DG EAC and their work through collecting information from individual member states. The percentages, please take them that they are percentages, shares of enrollment rates of the total number of children registered. So it's not against the children who are school age, because no one have that information. So it's not that there should be 100% enrollment, but what is more important is to see the variation of success, how countries are enrolling children. So if you can see, there are countries that are over half of the children are already in schools, and then you have Romania where there is only 16%. They all provided sorts of opportunities for parents to go to some learning hubs or alternative options, but not necessarily for school education. And also, just that the right column, just that you get a sort of glimpse of what numbers are we talking about. So in Poland, you have almost 600,000 children, and of these, they have about 1/3 enrolled in schools. And then you have Czech Republic with, again, 130,000 children, and they have, because they introduced compulsory education, their numbers are going quite high now, even more than 44%. I already mentioned that it's very difficult to get reliable data because one information that is available is on registration for temporary protection. So we know how many overall numbers are there, and we know how many children, up to children 0 to 17. If we're looking for information that is breaking the age groups, so we would have information on school compulsory education, we already struggle. Not every country is doing it, so it's very difficult to come to comparison. And that would be really important for next school year, because it's very, very important to think about what is the actual number of children that need to be enrolled in compulsory school age. And we don't have those figures at the moment. There is also attempt to get these numbers through re-registration. So for example, in Czech Republic recently, they introduced re-registration. So all refugees staying in the country had to register again. And it came that approximately 60% of those that originally registered are actually in the country. So that's an indicator, that's a proxy for us about A, the movement, and B, the size of population that is staying in these countries. On the other hand, it could be that countries that I showed you the chart at the beginning, such as Italy, France, Germany, those numbers could be actually bigger, because people might have registered in Czech Republic, Slovakia, but have moved in the meantime to these countries. So again, it's a big issue not having the figures. What is even more important is we don't have from colleagues from Ukraine, no one knows how many children are staying online. And if you think about COVID, 2 years, now this 1.5 years of online, those children are, many of them, staying offline, online and off in personal contacts for a very, very long time. And that's a huge, huge problem. So I'm going to talk about the impacts on their social and emotional well-being. We also have very little information about children with disabilities. We know that their access to education is even more limited. In Slovakia, where they expected approximately, I think, around 2% of children with disabilities should be there, the registration came with the numbers of intents. So practically very, very few parents registered and enrolled their children. I think at the moment in Slovakia, around 85 children with disabilities are enrolled. Nothing. So that's another big issue, that we don't know what happens to them, where are they, what are their needs, and how they continue in education. What measures countries take to support the inclusion of children in education? So I already mentioned the compulsory schooling. They also, ministries of education adopted a lot of legislative changes, regulations, directives to ease the inclusion of children. So, for example, I know that in Denmark, the legislation was taken, given more authority to municipalities, because they said you're closer to the situation in your own city and town, so you can decide on measures that are more appropriate. In other places, they would ease up the requirement, for example, for secondary school, where in Slovakia, entering secondary school, you have to pass a test. But at the beginning, they said no test needed, you can just enroll those children. Also, usually enrollment into school starts in spring for the next school year. So that was also something that was removed, all these requirements. They also simplified, the Ministries of Education, a simplified process of acknowledging certification, diplomas, qualification requirements. Many women who came, particularly women who came from Ukraine, were also having qualification in education. There were teachers, teacher assistants, psychologists, school education specialists. So countries started to provide sort of leverage how they can be employed quicker and without meeting all the necessary requirements. There was a speed up recognitions of their diplomas. I'm also going to talk about, for example, how were measures taken to help the enrollment in the country. So, for example, several countries designated some actors outside of school to help with the integration, whether it's the municipality or some authority, which is education authority. In Slovakia, UNICEF supports positions which are called regional coordinators. So those are newly employed people whose job is to help with integration, and they go as coordinators between school, community, parents, various offices, and also provide help with translation if necessary, and also a lot of psychological support. One of the biggest important measures to help the inclusion was employment of Ukrainians as a staff in schools. Obviously, there was a lot of issues around language barriers. I'm going to talk briefly about that, but employment of Ukrainians in the schools was one of the measures that was absolutely essential to help children to feel comfortable, to teachers and management to know what's going on. So that was also something where needed sometimes legislative changes, etc. For your information, very important was providing textbooks and learning materials in the host countries, but also with translation into Ukrainian. So there were sometimes digital on websites. Ministry of Education provided websites where there were at least at the very beginning like a dictionary, then pictures with Ukrainian words in Ukrainian and words in host country. So schools can at least at the beginning work with them when they were taking children. But also practically all countries started to do methodological guidance. EU was helping, collecting the information, you can find it on the European School Gate. But also individual countries were producing a lot of methodological guidance because it was very important for schools to know how to enroll these children. What is the adaptation process? What sort of support we need to give them? There is also quite an important work about recognition of the study periods, and there is a change in attitude of Ukrainian Ministry of Education. At the beginning, it was very obvious they wanted to keep those children, 1.5 million, that they are not losing them. As a country, it's in their interest to keep their children continuing with education in Ukraine. But over time, that guidance and information that the Ministry of Education in Ukraine was giving to people abroad was follow the requirements of the education system. So if it is compulsory, enroll your child into compulsory education and follow online curriculum. In 15th of May, just a month ago, the Ministry of Education provided yet another order where they basically are acknowledging that only subjects that countries are not offering, host countries are not offering, Ukrainian language, Ukrainian history, those subjects will be then that children need to follow either online or when they return, they will need to take exams and pass the test on these subjects. So they are, over a year, we can see the shift in how Ukrainian Ministry of Education is informing parents that are with children abroad about their inclusion. But it is matter of a lot of bilateral communications. The Ministry of Education in Slovakia and Czech Republic were talking almost on a weekly basis with their counterparts on the Ukrainian side, but sometimes it just, you have two conflicting interests. The Slovaks and the hosting countries have interest to get the children into school. Ukrainian ministry have legitimate interest keeping their children in the Ukrainian system. One example, and I don't know if someone from Sweden can confirm this, is that they did an information campaign using social media to persuade Ukrainian parents how important it is to enroll children into schools. And supposedly this is from the representatives from Sweden, this worked very well. So that was very interesting that sometimes is also these sorts of soft measures and information campaigns were very considered to be successful. Countries also started to establish, and I think Poland is particularly the case, separate Ukrainian language classes or schools. There is again concern that it's sort of like segregation created a new separate system in Poland created for Ukrainian children, separate, that the social inclusions doesn't happen if those children stay longer. What will happen to them? They're not learning in Polish language. I know that in Estonia, they started to open several schools that offer education in Ukrainian language, and not necessarily following Ukrainian curriculum. So it's more like a Ukrainian language of instruction, but not Ukrainian curriculum. So they go according to Slovak, Polish, Estonian curriculum, but in Ukrainian language. You probably know this is model prepared by OECD already in 2019 on the need to provide holistic approach to the needs of refugee children. Not only academic support, but also addressing their social and emotional needs, because really without all three areas supported, the success in education is quite limited and there are a lot of challenges. So when we talk about learning needs, we talk particularly support to language learning. There is also catching up because there is a different curriculum, different system, different cultures, so they need to catch up a lot on certain subjects particularly. There is also a need for adaptation process. Children need to adapt to different culture, different system, like they had in Ukraine. There's also recognitions. Ukrainian secondary school students usually finish at the age of 16, 17. So much earlier than in most of European countries. So they are ready to go to university. So for them, the logic is, I don't want to stay another 2 years in secondary school if I can go to university. So that is again an issue, how to ensure that these children who are considered minors in our countries are enrolled in tertiary education, but also that they still receive support and protection because they are minors. Social needs. There is a need immediately to provide a sense of safety, security, place where they are welcome, place where they could have peers, where they have interactions. And there is also very important to address the emotional needs. I will briefly mention, but there is a very high demand for psychological support among the Ukrainian children. So that schools were not prepared before. Education system didn't count with such a demand for psychological support. And you probably know the pyramid of support, where the first is the preventive. So you create a safe environment in schools, and only then, if there are still needs, you go to higher level where you provide some targeted interventions, and then on the top of pyramids are those children that really need professional support by psychologists and maybe even treatment. And when we take this model of this holistic needs, then we also need to think about how to address them through education systems. So again, you need to address policies and measures and practices for addressing individual factors, interpersonal and school level. So this is what we're trying, I think, all agencies, including European Union, OECD, UN agencies are trying to build up support to Ukrainian children around this sort of holistic approach. I talked about language support because I thought that you as a publishers might be interested in particularly in this area. There is a high demand, obviously, now that every school needs to provide language courses. Some schools organize, some education systems organize them at the beginning as a temporary reception classes, but most European countries do full immersion. So the child is immediately enrolled in regular classes and given additional language support. And that language support is usually organized in the afternoon as a language course. For that you need, and that's a language course in the host language. So when they are in Slovakia, it's a Slovak language course for Ukrainian children. There is a high demand for teachers who can do that. And as you know, in most European countries, there is already a shortage of teachers. So this is a big challenge, how to ensure that there is sufficient number of staff, professionals, whether they are school teachers or external teachers, to provide language courses. We have done, the state inspection in Slovakia has just completed big survey, and they noticed that there is a decline on offer of language courses, although the schools are saying the children obviously need it. You cannot just offer it for a couple months and think that this is it. But there is a fatigue. Children also are less motivated and tired, because if you stay in school the whole day and then in the afternoon you still need to go for a language course, obviously that's a big challenge. Some education system at the beginning particularly, and I know also that happened in, I think, Netherlands and Denmark, allowed children to use English. If English was a language they can all communicate with, they allowed that the English was used also during classes. Sometimes bilingual learning is applied. Again, if they have Ukrainian staff, they can, as a teacher assistants, they can afford offering bilingual learning. I mentioned the employment of Ukrainian support teachers. In Slovakia, and I know this is an issue in other countries, there is a high demand that they need to pass language certificate as a state language. So now, for example, UNICEF is trying to get offers for free that they can enroll and get the certificates, just to make sure that next school year there will be a bigger number of teachers available. But it's a very high demand. Every school would like to have at least one person, if not more. Providing Ukrainian textbooks, that's again, it's a different Ukrainian textbook used in, that are serving Ukrainian curriculum, and then translated into textbooks of host countries, translated into Ukrainian. So again, particularly for smaller children, there are more textbooks now appearing on the host language, how to, sometimes bilingual again, that they have text in both languages. They are now trying to produce textbooks that are for second language acquisition. So it's not a Slovak language textbook for Slovaks, but it's Slovak textbooks for children of foreign background who are learning Slovak as a second language. There are again number of books being translated for Ukrainian. Sometimes you have two texts, particularly small children. So when they are starting the schools, teachers can read it both in the language of the host country, and then there is also text in Ukrainian. One of the big challenges is that, particularly in the neighboring countries, as I was talking about, there was hardly any previous experience of schools teaching children who were coming and have other mother tongue language. So there is a high demand of professional capacity development of teachers, and there are very few courses available. Tell me when, I don't want to go beyond the time. Yeah, but just stop here because I think I'm not used to talk so much. I mentioned the psychosocial emotional support as part of addressing the holistically the needs of refugee children. And here I would probably just highlight some of it. Is the need to also engage them in social inclusion activities, extracurriculum activities. So for example, in summer 2022, a lot of countries offered summer schools that were sort of combining some learning, but mostly fun activities, sport, doing things together, visiting places, just to get the children the feeling that they are part of it, and it was very important, the interaction. What I haven't mentioned is that UNICEF provided financial support in Slovakia, for example, for the summer schools, and we were slightly disappointed by a very small number of Ukrainian children involved. And we looked at why was it, and the reason where summer was the time when a lot of Ukrainian parents opted to travel, to be away. And also the offer, the grant scheme, was to schools with Ukrainian children without specification. So sometimes the school has 1 or 2 Ukrainian children. They offered the summer school for many children who were from disadvantaged backgrounds, children that needed still to catch up post-COVID, but there were very few number of Ukrainian children. So we looked at it and we found the concentration of Ukrainian children in a fairly limited number of schools. So within each country, obviously, you know it in your country, migrants, refugees tend to come to certain regions where there are housing, employment opportunities, where there is the community, family connections. And those are usually places where the schools have then a much bigger proportion of also Ukrainian children. So in Slovakia, if you take, there are over 2,100 schools with Ukrainian children, only 200 of them have over 300, just under 300 schools have more than 10 Ukrainian children. So all the others have just a very small number of Ukrainian children enrolled. And you need to have a very different approach than how you support schools where there is need to really focus on, because it could be 20% increase of the school population there. Now back to this slide. Apart from social inclusion activities, there is also high demand on psychological support. So psychologists who speak Ukrainian language. I think in Poland they did a study recently, UNICEF, OECD first and now UNICEF confirms it, there is a higher prevalence of mental health conditions among Ukrainians. So if you have people coming from, with experiences of distress, trauma, and on top of it, stress related to finding a new life, temporary life in these countries, in the numbers I remember from Poland that came just recently on Ukrainian women, 60% of them had either experienced high or even severe levels of stress and anxieties. 60%. That obviously demands treatment, help, support, but also it has impacts on the family life, on children. So those children we have in schools have combination of factors related to their own stress, but also to dealing with the new family situation they are now in. And very often we have secondary school students who are suddenly becoming boys, suddenly becoming the head of a family, because if the mother is working, then the 16, 17-year-old boy is suddenly the man who keeps the family alive. There's a lot of tensions. Obviously, the accommodation situation might differ. There's quite a stress. So if you think about it, even before the war, there wasn't enough psychological services available for people with mental health problems. And now there are all these big numbers of people who need very specialized support. On top of it, most of it they needed in Ukrainian language, because the women, they don't speak yet the language of the host country so that they are feeling comfortable to talk about their mental health problems. And then what's going on in schools? There is a very clear need for teachers to be trained on how to work with children that went through trauma, so trauma-informed teaching strategies. We have started to offer like a rollout courses, preparing trainers, and then they can do training for teachers, but it will take ages, you know, years till you get the whole teachers to be prepared for it. There is also a need for materials, so teachers understand it. For example, when we talk about the beginning language courses, what we have learned is teachers start with, well, let's talk about family. My name is, what you are, next topic is the family. Well, no, for children coming from the trauma and of family separation, this is not necessarily a topic you want to bring into conversation in the classroom. So teachers really need to be properly methodologically supported so they know how to prepare children, how to teach them the languages, how to talk to them. I don't know. Okay. Here are the barriers. So I've already mentioned several of them. I'm not going to talk about everything again. What is very important is probably which I didn't talk about, the family involvement. Again, that very often need services of interpretation, interpreters from Ukrainian language and to and from. Okay. And not all schools are able to provide that. On the other hand, sometimes even children are brought into situations that they work as interpreters to support it, which is not ideal for when you want to communicate with parents. But I think I've already mentioned most of the barriers as I was talking about, so I'm not going to spend time because I understand there is not that much time. On the school level, this is again coming from the survey of the state school inspector in Slovakia, who were looking at the barriers, challenges, and the school level. So what the school directors consider are the biggest barriers, not on the national level and within their schools. And very interestingly, they talk about financial demands, because despite the fact that they get per capita for Ukrainian students as well, there are additional measures that are financially more demanding. So for example, you take 3-4 additional children into classroom, you need to divide that classroom into 2 parts. That means your workload, your teachers, there needs to be 2 teachers instead of 1. And you need to pay them. You need to ensure that you have them. You have to employ them. And school directors were pointing to these increased financial demands as top in Slovakia. The increased administrative workload, because the administration, as I said, adaptation comes throughout the year. It's not just September. Students are coming and leaving through the school year, and that requires a lot of additional communication, reporting, assessment, clarification of issues. They clearly, school directors were saying that teachers are not sufficiently prepared for the inclusion of migrant refugee children. This, as I said, is from Slovakia, which is a country with hardly any experience with the inclusion of these children before. There is shortages of teachers are something that is across Europe. There is a new study I've just reviewed. It's coming from the European Commission on possible measures to address them. But I know that they are missing, particularly in certain subjects and grades across all European countries. And now, in addition to teachers, there is a high demand on teacher assistants and support staff. So there is a lot of new people needed, and schools are already struggling to keep those teachers that they have. And I haven't probably mentioned before, but the very positive attitude towards Ukrainians and helping them that were very prevailing across the whole European Union a year ago are slightly changing, and there are now, over the course of a year, more and more instances where we got reports of negative attitudes, particularly of some parents, some community members. There is also issue of propaganda, Russian propaganda and misinformation. And when some, again, a cross-country comparison came, Slovakia is, for example, among the countries that is very prone to people believing this. So there is a high percentage of people in Slovakia, and it's really worrying, that believe war in Russia, war in Ukraine is not of a Russian invasion, but it is blamed US. It's just very worrying, and this is translated very often also to teachers' beliefs. So that needs to be, again, some new element that needs to be addressed. I talked about children not in education systems. We have very little information about what is there. But I want to bring into attention, probably, I don't know if you knew about the study that was done by Erik Harumsvik and Ludger Westman in 2019-20 for OECD, where they did study on economic impact of disrupted learning. And they looked at how already 3 months of disrupted learning has impact on the learning outcomes. Very clearly, 11% drop. But they also continue and looked at the economic impact for individuals, for their career prospects, but also for the country in terms of GDP. So I just thought that it's quite an interesting study for you to know about. When we talk about education's impact on education systems, I want to highlight something also which I think might be positive. That, like COVID, pushed school systems towards using more digital skills than before. It accelerated the whole process. I think this crisis is pushing countries, particularly like Slovakia, the neighboring countries, that were so conservative and so close, to become a little bit more ready for inclusion. Because these experiences inevitably pushes the system to work with diversity and to really address individual needs of students, not just one homogeneous group. So that's my take of that, maybe positive and optimistic one. For Ukraine, they also say not only they're losing pupils and teachers, those that will return will be different students and different teachers to those they were before. Education system in Ukraine will change because these people experienced different cultures, they learned different languages, they saw how differently learning can be done. Education system in Ukraine is also going to change. And I don't need to talk about UN and US just for interest at what we do, but we do in work in 4 areas: child protection, social protection, health and education. And that was just an example of a Slovak one, but I think that was it. Thank you.
So let's talk about artificial intelligence and the future in reading. And 1 hour, the whole hour, okay. All right, okay. That's dangerous. All right, there's loads to talk about. I mean, 1 hour is barely enough to scratch the surface. So strap in, let's go. Okay, and what we can do for inclusion, but inclusion is a very broad concept. So let's see how that works. So let's start a little bit by getting to know each other and why we're interested in AI and maybe inclusion as well. So first, let me tell you about myself. I am the assistive technology person at University of Oxford, and I started and run the Reading and Writing Innovation Lab. So if you're ever at Oxford, I was just offering yesterday at dinner somebody, you can let me know and come visit me, and you can see the different devices that we have, but also thinking about different ways of reading, and that's what I look at. And as part of that, I've always been looking at artificial intelligence-based tools to help people with their reading and writing, long before ChatGPT, so this is not a new thing. Right? So my journey to this is quite long. So I started in the early 90s studying computational linguistics and cognitive linguistics. And I sort of was involved tangentially in machine translation and speech recognition, very early efforts that none of whom went anywhere, right? So you see how successful I was there. And in the second half, I did a lot of language teaching around the world with the US Peace Corps. I did help other teachers. I did a lot of translation. And I've also transitioned in linguistics into studying metaphor and discourse studies. So I went away for a little bit because it looked like a dead end. And then since 2009, we had this sort of interesting slow revolution going on where I started looking at readability and learning technologies. And as part of that, I started looking at AI, the different ways in which it could help assist people in their reading and writing. And it turns out, you know, it was a very, very slow for the first about 12 years of that, and now it's very, very fast. So it's kind of an interesting journey, right? So now let me check with you, what is your experience with ChatGPT in particular? So raise your hand if you use it every day or most days. Okay, quite a few people. That's quite unusual for my audience, right? You've played around with it. Okay. You've heard a lot about it, but not actually used it, right? And now you've maybe heard something about it. So that's okay. So we'll see, because you're a much more advanced audience, right? So this is the usual breakdown of when I asked this question. This was about 2 months ago when I did a presentation to academics at the University of Oxford. This was kind of how it broke down, right? So quickly, what are some of your burning unanswered questions you have about generative AI? And generative AI, ChatGPT, I may be using those as the same thing. So anybody wants to suggest something? Like a big unanswered question, either you've used it or you've heard so much about it. Copyright, okay. That's a good question. Updating the information, very good question. We will not talk about copyright. We could, but we will talk about that. Anything else? Data privacy, okay. Quality of content, we'll definitely talk about that. All right. Sorry? Creativity. Oh, that's a good one. We'll talk a lot about that. All right. There's one more, I think. Or no? That's good. Very good. Thank you. So, now that we've heard so much about this thing called AI, or artificial intelligence, right? Intelligence is a big thing. What do you think, if you just hear the term artificial intelligence, AI might be good at, or really, really good, best at? So raise your hand if you think AI would be good at looking up facts. Artificial intelligence, that's what artificial intelligence is. Okay, so one, performing complex calculations. That's what AI thinks AI should be best at. Writing computer code about the text description. A few people. Making complex decisions based on data. Right, some people. Writing poetry. Okay, not very many people. Making beautiful art. Okay, a few hands up. Okay, so when I ask that question, it's very much similar. Many people think it's going to be good at looking up facts. Complex calculations. Of course, artificial intelligence has to be good at complex calculations, writing computer code. But poetry and art, no, that couldn't do it. Well, this is a fact. It is really, really good at writing poetry. It's bizarrely good at writing poetry, and nobody expected that, right? We always thought that's what humans do, but AI shouldn't be doing that. And I will say, go as far, not only is it good at writing poetry, it's better than 90% of humans, not because some of the greatest poets are miles better than ChatGPT, but because your average human isn't very good at writing poetry, right? It's not an easy thing to do if you've ever tried it. But it's actually, we don't necessarily, you'd ask the question about creativity. I don't care about creativity so much, because poetry is really helpful to us in many ways, right? It helps memory. So this is an example that a medical student at the University of Oxford told me how he uses ChatGPT to help him create mnemonic devices to remember all these complex things you have to memorize for medicine, right? So this is a poem about the bones in the hand, bones in your hand, right? And you have to study that for exam, and it's hard to remember. So if you want to make that easier, use ChatGPT to make a poem about it. Perfect. right? And now the latest version of ChatGPT is even good at making mnemonic devices, right? So give you multiple options. The other nice thing about it, it will give you as many poems as you like, and they'll all be different, so one of them maybe sticks. How about art? Okay, that was unexpected. This is pretty beautiful, right? I mean, I would say that's beautiful. And I made it. I cannot draw a stick figure. I made those things with a computer just by telling it what I want to see. These are all pictures made by artificial intelligence. Not ChatGPT, something called DALL-E and Midjourney. This is all Midjourney, but you can also use DALL-E. Right? So who knew? Okay, let's look at complex calculations. So here I gave a relatively simple math problem to ChatGPT, and beautifully it gave me not only the result, but also helpfully how it arrived at that result, right? So here's the result. Now, this is the sort of thing you would ask a calculator. So what does the calculator say? The calculator say, no, 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 no. ChatGPT, you are very, very wrong. Completely wrong, not even similar, right? ChatGPT, an artificial intelligence that we have, is really bad at making calculations. Who would have expected that? Well, it turns out, but of course, before I go to the who expected that, there is a trick to this. You can ask it to write computer code that will make those calculations for you, and it's probably going to be much better at it. So that's another thing we did not think it would be good at. But it turns out computer code is kind of like poetry. So it's good at poetry and computer code because they're sort of similar in strange ways, right? But somebody did expect this, or thought it might be an option, and that was Douglas Hofstadter. In 1979, he published a book called Gödel, Escher, Bach, and in that he asked a question, one of many questions, or he called them speculations. Will a thinking computer be able to add fast? Right? That seemed like a silly question, but his answer was, well, maybe not. Right? Because we're very much thinking, not computers, but sort of thinking things, thinking beings, physical objects that think, and we're not very good at adding fast. And that's because we don't have access. You know, we're performing some really complex things in our brain, but we don't have access to them. We can't divert them to doing other things like a computer. So he was right? That's interesting. So how do we know, now that we have this thing called ChatGPT, what it will be good at? Will we ask the CEO of OpenAI, or will we ask the CEO of Google? And the answer is no. Because they themselves don't know, right? So this is what Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, said when they released the new version of GPT-4. And this is a fundamental quote. So first he said, here it is, it's the best ever, the best we've ever made. But that's, I think, really important honesty. It is still flawed, still limited, and it still seems more impressive on first use than it does after you spend more time with it. That's so important. The more time you spend with this, you see the hugely impressive things, but the impressive things become normal, and it's really annoying all the ways in which it fails. And that's something that we have to deal with all the time. So how do we know what this modern AI will be good or bad at? Well, we have to evaluate it systematically, almost as a new organism, right? It's a new thing, and we cannot derive from the first principles how it will behave in any case, in individual cases, right? So we have this powerful thing that writes poetry, makes beautiful pictures. So what do we think reading will look like, and writing a little bit, after ChatGPT? What's the new world we live in, we read in? Okay, so here's a joke that recently appeared, right? And it says, one person is saying, I'm so glad I have ChatGPT because this AI will turn this single bullet point into a long email, and I can then pretend I wrote that email, right? So that's, and then the second person says, the recipient says, well, AI makes a single bullet point out of this long email, and I can pretend that I read that email. Right, so that is very profound in some ways and very worrying, it seems like. But is it really that much of a problem? Is it really a dystopia? Because we already live in a world where lots of people produce a lot of long content that is essentially made by people, but meaningless. So I recently had a really interesting dilemma. Should I start using Keynote instead of PowerPoint for my presentations? And so what are the differences? And I searched on Google, and it was great. There are about 50 articles about this. This is what they are. They all say the same thing, and then none of them say anything useful. They just say they're different, something better, blah, 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 something a bit contradictory. none of that helps me make the decisions about what will I miss, what will I gain, right? So I took one of them, and I used Bing Chat, which is a version of ChatGPT that's for free, built into Microsoft browser, the Edge. And I said, okay, make a summary of this. And the summary was just as useless as the article because the article said nothing. Written by a human, right? So I used Bing to say, okay, find me a summary of all the articles on the internet about the difference between PowerPoint and Keynote. And it also came up with nothing useful. I mean, it said, if I wanted very general stuff that they're different, they're made by Apple, Microsoft, blah, 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 fine. But if I'm asking that question, I probably already know those things, right? So that didn't help. So I would say, and this is because one of the first things people want to ask for is a summary, right? But a summary is probably the least useful thing you can ask ChatGPT to do. And that's an important element about reading. Not always, right? Sometimes you may come to a web page and say, I just don't understand this. And so I did this for one of our Oxford University pages and say, okay, what does it say? Here was a summary. The summary wasn't really all that useful, but actually, when I asked for key bullet points, that was more useful, right? Right here, that's going to go good bullet points. And then I asked it, explain it to a 12-year-old, and it kind of did a decent enough job, right? So, but I often say about these explanations to a 12-year-old, the 12-year-old doesn't care what the University of Oxford has to say. It's not a good explanation. They don't have any context, but it's the language of a 12-year-old. Okay, so that's maybe useful sometimes. But this is a real dilemma that we have as educators, as readers, as publishers, as writers, right? And it goes back to this sort of implicit debate between Albert Einstein, who said something like, if you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough, right? That's his, it seems wise, seems right, okay? Well, there was also Merleau-Ponty, who was a French philosopher, and the French philosophers aren't going to agree with that, and he was asked one time, can you please summarize the main point of your book? And he said, understanding these concepts presupposes reading of the book, right? So if you want to understand the book, read the damn thing. And recently, Ethan Mollick, who's one of the really interesting writers online about using ChatGPT in education, he used it on his own book, and he said, every author knows and dreads what most people want AI to do with books, which is summarize them. Right? But then he asked Claude, which is Anthropic's alternative to ChatGPT, to do it, and he said, yeah, it actually did a pretty good job. And we know often that particularly in like business publishing, a lot of these books can be summarized very quickly, and not much will be lost. But in education, we have the same problem, where we have all these textbooks, articles, and we ask students to write their articles, right? So we ask students to write essays, and then we have to read them. And they don't want to write them, we don't want to read them. So that's the definition of a university essay, written by somebody who doesn't want to write it for somebody who doesn't want to read it. How bad an educational experience can you have, right? So that's why recently a university lecturer asked me, great, I have ChatGPT, can I use it to mark essays? And well, not really, but that's kind of why we have this problem with summaries. But we can use it for something much more useful. So I asked that's a question I asked 2 days ago. I'm going to Italy, but I'm coming via France. I studied some French many, many years ago. Can I refresh my French enough to just kind of not look like a complete idiot? And so here it is. So I asked you, can you give me some phrases? And I downloaded an app, but I always wanted to start at a point that I didn't want to start at. I already had experiences, so it wasn't never quite right for me, or textbook, right? Phrasebook. But I'm just going to give me some key phrases. Like, okay, these are good. Then I said, but I knew the life is more complicated, so give me some alternatives to them, right? Because often the first one isn't the one that I may hear. Okay, so that's very handy. Bit hard to read, so I did this. I said, make a table out of this. This is one version of that table, and you can ask it for different tables, right? Something people very often forget. ChatGPT is best at giving you structure. Summaries are not as useful. Structure is useful for reading. But you can go further. I said, okay, I want numbers. I probably forgot all the numbers. 1, 2, 3, and what's next? So I said, give me a table of numbers. Good. But this is what came next. I said, okay, now quiz me. Give me little addition problems that I can solve in my head in spelled out French, and I don't want to practice French spelling, so I'm just going to write in the numbers so that I understood them. And it did that, right? It just kept doing it, right? And then I asked it, make a table of typical foods in a French shop or a French restaurant and the prices and how they're, so that made it real for me. All of a sudden, it's just abstract numbers, real numbers, right? Real numbers in a real context. So all of a sudden, I went from having an app that didn't want me, was forcing me to learn we. I didn't want to learn we. I wanted to learn the stuff that I didn't know, to something that I had a real useful interaction and something that really made it possible for me to look like a complete idiot -1, as opposed to a complete idiot, completely without. So I was just a little, okay. Then I was on and I also was a vegetarian, so I said, okay, give me some phrases to ask about meals. I said, I can't say any of that. How about simplifying it so I can just point at things as meat, right? So that's, and then it gave it, so again, suitable to my need, right? So the first go that it gives me, not very useful. The minute I sort of give it something like that, immediately I can work with it. And then on the bus journey over to here from Nice, I said, okay, well, can I just at least get some Italian? So I got some basic phrases and some numbers, and played the same game with Italian numbers. It was really helpful to all the 3 people who told me some numbers, but at least felt like a little bit here. Right? But that's not where the benefit of a tool like this ends. Remember, it can write poetry in computer code, quote unquote. So I was comparing some text AI ChatGPT generated. I said, this is really tedious. Can you write me some code that will let me compare 2 pieces of text and highlight the differences? And it did it. Now, I had to take several goes to refine my instructions. It wasn't instantaneous. But it's faster than I could do it myself. Well, actually, it would probably take me weeks to get enough coding to be able to do this, right? ChatGPT did it 10 minutes just to go back and forth. And now I have a useful tool. So this is quite a radical thing. All of a sudden, we're creating tools for ourselves to work with text. Now, OpenAI introduced a new feature in ChatGPT Plus, which is the one you have to pay for, $20 a month, that uses plugins. And somebody asked about data quality. Well, it has Wolfram Alpha plugin, which means if you ask it some facts about, I can't remember what this was, population density per square mile in the EU, it gave me this thing. And then I used another plugin called Notable that gave me a nice little chart. And then I gave it some, okay, make me a different chart, comparing 2 things, and I did it again. And now it's pulling data out of a good database and using code to do this, but it's even more. It's putting it into Notable Notebook. Those of you who know what this is, you'll immediately see the benefit. I can then modify the code and play around with it there. If you don't know what that is, just believe me, this is awesome. This is great, right? And actually, it's a good way. I meet so many teachers who say, this summer, I should learn to code, right? Every day I'll almost like meet a teacher who says, maybe I meet wrong teachers, but that's what it feels like. Right? And they never do because it's just too hard. You're starting from the stupid things like, hello world or whatever it is, and you're starting from things that are abstract. Whereas here, you can literally start by saying, do this for me, it will do it, and then explain it to you. And then you can go and play with it using something like a notebook here, like go back and forth. Amazing tool. Right? So you get new data. You can use it even for more. We were talking about the Ukrainian children and sort of conversation. So this is me. And again, I apologize for all the languages that I'm butchering here of Europe. So this is me trying German. See, and I studied German many years ago, more like 30 years ago, and I read stuff about ancient Egypt in German. And I've never actually ordered bread, so I tried it. It was awful, right? But I said, ChatGPT, you are the shopkeeper. I'm just buying some bread. And then at the end, I said, okay, now tell me all the things that I said wrong and how I should have said them instead. So it's incredibly useful, right? So we had that sort of nice little chat, right? Again, we had discussion earlier. In language teaching, and pretty much any teaching, we never give enough examples. Why? Because they're tedious to get to. You always have to modify them because they're not quite appropriate for a level. Never have enough time to make more examples. All of a sudden, I want a short story. So I said, write me a short story in Russian about a pencil that was forgotten, that was left in the class by a forgetful child. It's a nice little whimsical story. ChatGPT always makes them have a lesson at the end, so this one has a lesson as well. But, okay, my Russian's pretty good, but maybe my students isn't. So I'm going to say, okay, give me a list of vocabulary words that are in this story and their translation. Pretty good. Make it better with a table, so it's easier to read. Again, table. And tell me if it's a noun, adjective, or a verb, which is kind of not perfect, but it's pretty good. And give me example sentence from the story with that word. That's a complete transformation, right? Imagine you're a teacher, how long it will take you to create this. Now, there are mistakes in here, but as a teacher, I can correct those in 3 seconds. But to make this from scratch would take me half an hour easily, right? But I can go further. I can say, as a student or as a teacher, make me a little thing, that little flashcard app inside the browser that I can practice these words, right? So I can easily click, like adnajdi means once. Again, got me that code, got a, and I told her a few other instructions, make it beautiful. This isn't beautiful, but you can sort of, so that's pretty amazing, right? But also, again, I can then ask it, make me a list of comprehension questions about that story. Right? But maybe one Russian isn't good enough. I just need comprehension questions to guide me through the story. So make them in English and make the correct answer bold, right? So this is formative assessment. This is to help me understand the story, right? And it turns out these are, sometimes when you get these, they're not always correct, right? But it's better, again, it's better than if I did it on my own as a learner. And if I'm a teacher, it's definitely faster than that. Right? Now let's see if I can translate a famous German poem, not really speaking any German, by Rilke. I've done it with Czech, so I know it works with Czech. It was my first language. But I said, first, okay, give me a literal translation, line by line, with the English next to the line. Next step. Okay, make it a bit more poetic, but don't worry about the rhyme. Right? So I'm sort of building up my understanding of that poem. And then I'm going to say, okay, now add the rhyme. And it just kind of makes it, I don't think this is all that good, but it actually gives me that sort of insight into that poetry. And if I was a translator of poetry, all of a sudden, I would not have to be a native speaker to get a sense of what the poem is about in these multiple steps, and then I can go and make my own poem about it, right? So this is kind of how translation of poetry works anyway. You always work with a partner. So all of a sudden, you've made this accessible to so many people. There's some wonderful poetry hidden around all these strange languages like Czech and Polish and Slovak, that we love and they're wonderful, but nobody's ever going to learn them because there's too many of them and they're hard. So all of a sudden, you have access to them. This is amazing. And even turns out the one English translation by a human on the internet had an error in the title, right? It translated du musst nicht as you must not, which of course doesn't mean that. It means you do not have to, right? That's a famous, and so ChatGPT can explain why that is wrong. There's a difference between must and muss nicht, right? Because muss nicht doesn't mean must not, but something else, right? So that's very useful. Right? And that's not even taking into account all the superpowers I have with images now. That is amazing. I can make these pictures myself for the low cost of $10 a month. I can make as many of them as I like, more or less. Using DALL-E, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion. Microsoft is a creator now that's free. Okay, so we have all of this. These are the new superpowers that we have. Remember, it's more impressive at first sight than after you use it for a long time, so let's not be carried away. But this is impressive enough, right? Even if this was 80% as good or 50% as good, it's still pretty good. So what do we need to know? And really, what do you, as people who make books, in all sorts of ways, need to know about ChatGPT to help you navigate this new world? Right? There's all these new terms. There's models, tokens, embeddings, reading, RLHF, transformers, context window, hallucination, all these things, prompt engineering, right? All these things are being thrown at you. There's new products, ChatGPT, GPT-3, 3.5, 4, Claude, ChatGPT Plus, Bard, Bing Chat, Midjourney, right? All of these terms, right? And I'm not going to go through all of them to try to explain them because it's just too many. But in some ways, we're going to have to get to it. And there's also these new companies like OpenAI, Cohere, Anthropic, Hugging Face, Stats-based Bardeen. You've probably all heard about OpenAI. Who's heard about Anthropic? Fewer people. Cohere, many fewer. Hugging Face, right? So it's right? So here, in the next 20 minutes, I want to look at the 5 things I think you should know about ChatGPT to help you get better sense about what this is about. So number 1, it has many building blocks. That's, I think, is really important. It does not reason, it predicts tokens. It has no database. There's no copy or paste or memory. This is essential. It is limited by the context window, and you can get more out of it with prompt engineering. By prompt, I don't mean quick. I know engineering of prompts. Okay, so what are the building blocks of modern AI? So first, ChatGPT is not a single product, right? Even the term ChatGPT contains in itself many of the components. So you have the fact that it can be trained to predict from long context. That's what the transformer pod does. The T stands for transformer. It's not that important, but useful to know. The P tells you that it can be fine-tuned on much less data. So it's called pre-trained, which means it's pretty good at a language like Albanian, even though there's tiny amounts of text compared to English on the internet for Albanian. That's because it can use what it learned about English for Czech or Albanian or even Tetun. And the smaller the language, the less good it is, but it's still much better than if you only had the data from that language. So that's what the pre-training lets you do. Right? And you can use your own company data to add add skills to it. That was unexpected. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Maybe we can make this one work. Just borrow a keyboard. Okay. Well, let me tell you what the G stands for. It stands for generative, which means that means that you create text, right? It's not just in the old days what you would do. You have a picture and they say there's a dog in this picture. That's the labeling. Now you're creating text that it literally says there's a picture in this dog and the dog has a bone and things like that, right? And finally, the chat bit. That's the new thing. That's the new thing that makes things that makes it talk to you and answer questions, right? In the old days, before the chat, just GPT, you would ask it a question, and it would give you another question, right? Because it just predicts what comes next. And sometimes you can have a list of questions. So you just have a question, you just get more questions. But when you add the chat element, when you make it chatty, you ask it a question, it answers with an answer, right? So that's what the chat gives you. So that's just, all of a sudden, we can talk to it very easily. Oh, perfect. Oh, so let's go, right? Now, the bottom part, the GPT, is this thing that's called the foundation model. It's essentially, that's the bit that has all the underlying skills, right? The chat bit is the thing that understands the fact that humans ask and answer questions, or that stories have nice endings and things like that. It understands you shouldn't say bad words, right? So the GPT bit doesn't understand the chat, right? So we have the building blocks. We have this thing, it's called the foundation model. That's at the bottom of every AI product that you see, right? Right? But the next you have on top of that, right? You have the product, right? You have build products on this, and the products then use these foundation models to, and the products are lots of examples in there. Right? This ChatGPT is a product built on the foundation model. The consensus is another one that I'll show you. There's many, many more. Right? Or you can have features that are inside an existing product, like PowerPoint has the creator, designer. Notion has a great AI generated feature. You have PowerPoint, right? Has that, and so on. Right? Okay, so the foundation models are important, and there are just a few of them, comparatively speaking. So if you go to the next slide, right? So looks like a lot, but really of those, only a handful are useful. And there's a few new ones now, right? But essentially, it's the ones from OpenAI, the ones from Google, right? So if you so that's kind of how, and these foundation models are available to you as a company or an individual even. I'll show you how it works for an individual. Thank you. I'll try. Okay, perfect. Right? So what is it like in a product, right? So use the foundation model API to access it. You're just going to give it a call and say, here's some of my data, give me something back. And you fine-tune it on your custom data, right? And then you have something like Consensus using OpenAI's API, or Notion, which uses Anthropic's API, or Smart Reply inside Gmail, if you use Gmail. It sometimes gives you suggestions, really useful ones, that's in Google. Or you fine-tune it with human feedback, like people telling it, you know, this was a question, give me an answer, don't give me another question. And that's how you get ChatGPT, or how you get Claude from Anthropic, or how you can get Bard from Google, or how you can make your own product. Or you can create a custom workflow interface. For example, there's a company called Teachermatic that I'll show you. Or there's a tool called LangChain that I'll also talk about, really powerful tool that you can, it's open source, you can use it, you can go home and start coding today with ChatGPT's help. Okay, so Teachermatic is an example, it's a company, UK company that tries to use the underlying foundation model of OpenAI to make it easier for teachers to create lesson plans and things like that, right? And essentially, you have this nice form and say, make me a lesson plan, and the lesson plan will come up. And we heard something similar from Learnetic, some examples yesterday, right? But exactly, they just did some of the work for me to make it easier for me not to think about how to ask ChatGPT, but actually I can just do the same thing myself. I can just go to ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT what to do. All they are doing is essentially funneling, giving me preset questions and tasks for ChatGPT and getting the data back and formatting it, right? It's very handy to do, but that's all they're doing. But they're using one of these big API providers. There's Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. There's also a company called Hugging Face that has lots of these models that you can essentially start use them to play with these tools, right? Very useful. And of course, there are already thousands of companies right now starting small new businesses that are all saying they disrupt your businesses. And you can go to, there's an AI for that, or future tools, right? Most of these, many of these don't exist anymore, right? So, many of these are just kind of like early attempts. Many of them, they don't know what they're doing. But there's a lot of people doing this thinking. So this is one that goes before ChatGPT that knows what they're doing, called Consensus. And this is kind of a useful way of doing summaries because they search academic literature based on a question such as, here, you know, is it possible to improve working memory? And it tells me this is what the research says. And it gives me links to the papers it had, and it kind of gives me a nice score, then I can go check it, right? I would never trust it as the end, but this is a good way of pre-processing the data for me. Here's a question about a medical question, right? Is semaglutide good for weight loss? And it says, this is what the literature says. It seems very positive. It kind of responds to what scientists are saying about it, so it's not making it up, right? And so that's very useful. Again, this is not the end-all and be-all, but it's actually quite a useful thing. Right? But whenever you're offered a product or a new company comes to you, I'll do this for you, always ask, what is the API are you using? Is it your own model? And some companies, there's very few companies who make their own models, right? So that's important. You know, most of them will be using an API. And often more than just one, because you have to kind of, sometimes different ones are different, better for different people, different purposes. Okay, next. This is the super important one. It's doing all these difficult tasks, but it feels like it's reasoning. It feels like it's thinking, but it isn't. It only predicts. Like, so when you're using the API, this is what is happening. It is really easy to be deceived by appearances, right? Because when I see this, again, wonderful at structure. Give me a list of tropical fruits organized by the region. You know what? Nice, but do better. Give me a table of those with definitions. How handy it is. And it's really good at lists, bizarrely good at lists, and often quite accurate, right? So if I had that, if I gave this to you, how would you solve that problem? What would you use in your brain or in your computer to solve that problem, to create a table like that? Well, you would use logic, which you compare, organize, transform, and memory, which you store and retrieve information. That's what you would use, right? It's more complicated than that, but that's the basics of it. Something like this. Find tropical fruits. Look up fruit in memory. Is it tropical? No. Let's go look again. Is it tropical? Yes. Put it on the list. Go back again, right? That's how it, that's the algorithm. So how does ChatGPT solve this problem? Does it have logic? Nah. Does it have memory? Sorry, it has no memory. It only has prediction. What it does, it takes the text, breaks it into tokens, and by text I mean the prompt or whatever you give it, whatever text you give it. Each token gets a number that describes a relationship with the other tokens, and then it predicts the next likely token, and then repeats it again with the new text from scratch. It literally just says, okay, new token. That it doesn't have any sense of continuity. It just goes one, bum, 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 getting tokens like that, right? There's no grammar. Remember, if some of you studied linguistics, sentence is composed of noun phrase plus verb phrase. Nothing. That's not there. You can do all of these things. There's no logic. Steven Pinker's famous book, Words and Rules, doesn't apply, doesn't exist. He was probably wrong, actually. So what does it actually predict, and what does it base that prediction on? That's a fundamental question, right? So it predicts tokens based on context and using the embeddings, and I'll sort of explain a few of these things. It's not important that you understand the term, but I just want to get general sense. So embeddings is the fundamental feature of ChatGPT that makes it understand anything. Right? This is a definition, but I'm not even going to read it out. Who cares, right? But this is kind of what embeddings are. They shows you that a word like, California is related to the state. The word like state, country, it's related to the US, but it's also related to other countries, right, and other states in different ways. And shows these kind of interesting relationships, right? And you can see the similarity because essentially what you've done, you've converted the word into a bunch of vectors, relationships that are vectors. And vectors, if you remember your math, and now there's a professional mathematician in the room, vectors are, you can define their similarities very simpler by simple math, like doing cosine similarity. So that's exactly what they're doing, right? So this looks like too trivial to get us anything. And you're right, this is too trivial. Because the problem is, this is not what ChatGPT sees. It doesn't see nice pictures. It just sees numbers like these. So instead of like a nice little arrow, this is what you get for a word. And it's actually much longer. It's just a short. So a long list of numbers. Right? But the numbers can be added up in interesting ways, right? Because each of the meanings, the sort of relationships of the word are represented by that number, you can do basic math on that number. So for example, you can take the word king, the number for the word king, subtract the word man, so king minus man, add the word woman, just a number for the word woman that's inside ChatGPT. What do you get? Queen. Right? That's pretty bizarre. It's surprising. It turns out it's a lot more complicated than this because this is not enough, but that's just an example of what's happening in there, right? Because in fact, that's happening in hundreds of thousands of dimensions. So these little arrows are not helpful really because there's so much is happening inside that. Right? So we don't know exactly what is happening, but we know the basic operations are very simple, adding and subtracting numbers. Right? It is even more interesting because language models do not use words. Right? We think, okay, king, queen, right? None of that is happening. Instead, they use tokens. I keep saying tokens, and it's important for you as publishers in particular, because tokens also mean money. Right? So as humans, we see letters, we see words, we see sentences, we see paragraphs, we see texts. What does ChatGPT see? Tokens. Nothing else, right? It doesn't understand text, doesn't understand letter, it doesn't just understand tokens. What are tokens? So tokens, OpenAI is very helpful. It has a tokenizer, something that converts text into tokens on its website for free. You don't even have to log in. This is what they suggest that you look at. These are the tokens, right? And it looks like most of those tokens are similar to words, sometimes kind of strange, right? So that looks good. But sometimes the words are broken down. So let's say, let's see, like Unicode is strangely broken down. But the problem is, this is too real to us. This still looks like a word thing to us. But actually, this is what ChatGPT actually sees. It's each token has a number, and it's just an order of the number, right? So where is Unicode in here? This is the word Unicode, these three numbers. But it just sees them as separate numbers. It doesn't see them as one number, right? So it's Unicode. And if the Unicode is not capitalized, it's a different numbers. What about numbers? So this is number 1, when it doesn't have any spaces around it. This is number 1 when it has a space in front of it. Different number. It's a completely different token. It's a different token. And that is strange, right? How about equal signs? Okay, this is 28 or 796. This is not the number I told you about before. It's just a number like in an order, like an index, right? That's what this is. This index equals that long vector, right? That's that vector. So it doesn't think in terms of anything that we recognize as human. Right? Now, there are some interesting facts about tokens. There are about 50,000 of them inside ChatGPT, give or take. Only 3,000 of them are English words. None of them, almost none, are words in other languages, right? Most of them are parts of words or letters or spaces or symbols. For English, there's 140 tokens per 100 English words on average, but it's much more for other languages. Let's see why. English sentence, English story paragraph. This is the same thing in German, in French. And you can see in English, mostly words, right? Tokens equals mostly words. In French, and because English is kind of bastardized French, it looks like sensible, but it isn't really, right? It doesn't really make any sense, right? You don't have sort of soleil isn't divided into sol and el. That just makes sense. Czech makes 0 sense, right? There's no recognizable elements of a word in Czech, right? And also a lot more tokens because there are no words. So we go from 119 tokens for English, 240, twice as many for French, 3 times as many, almost 317 for Czech. How about Chinese? Ooh, right? This is only 180 characters, but each character is represented by 2 tokens. Complicated reasons. Arabic doesn't even have vowels, for crying out loud, and it has 5 times as many tokens as English, almost 520 tokens for 517 characters. That's just because of, again, complicated computer reasons. Still, it is pretty good at Arabic. So that's really surprising, right? So it doesn't sort of understand the text, but it's still good at it. So I kind of want us to understand, we must not think of it as a reasoning thing, but as a thing that predicts really well with this. Strange math. It's strange math reasons, but that's what we're, and we don't know exactly how, but they're kind of most of them. But there's a practical consequence for you as publishers who are thinking about making tools based on these APIs, and that's because you always pay by token. You say like 1,000 tokens cost 2 cents, whatever. But very soon, it adds up, right? English, good. French, okay. Czech, Chinese, Arabic, right? So if you have a product and all of a sudden I want people to be able to translate this exercise in Arabic, well, that's 5 times as expensive as translating into Italian, right? Or English. Some other consequences. We saw it's pretty good at rhyming, but it wasn't all that good. You know, it's very unreliable at numbers. You can see why. Bad at letters. It makes some languages, like Czech, it makes more grammar mistakes than English. But it's still surprisingly good at tasks like this. If I give it like a really complicated letter task about Czech grammar, really kind of abstract, strange feature of Czech grammar, it still is better at it than it should be, right? But it's even more important, even more interesting, because predictions don't work as you would imagine in autocomplete, right? So, oh my God, the volcano. 10 minutes? Okay. So this is how you imagine autocomplete works, right? So the best thing about AI is its ability to learn, predict, make, understand, do, right? Some numbers. But ChatGPT uses randomness called temperature. So if I start just the word I went, it completes me with this little paragraph with no other instructions. That's at maximum randomness, temperature 1. I ask it the same question again, it gives me this. I don't know why. I ask it the same question again, it gives me something completely different every single time. It makes sense every single time, but it's completely different because of randomness. If I reduce the randomness to 0, so you can see, for example, the word library in here, it's at the very bottom of the list, right? It's less than 1/10 probability than the top word, but nevertheless, that's what it picked because of reasons. Right? But if I have the randomness to 0, and I ask it to complete the word the 2 words I went, this is what happens. The same all the time. Every single time the same, and very often not useful. So you have to have randomness, and randomness means, what does randomness mean? That, you know, it's 90%, right? So that's much better, but no, it's not useful, right? Okay? So that the randomness means that you get problems, right? You get sort of, that's how you get hallucinations, made up things. There are some consequences. It has no ability to retrieve data, no lookup. It's always just adding new tokens. You cannot compare 2 things, like put them side by side. It cannot look forward. It cannot plan forward. It's just going to add token after token. And it's limited by how much context it can look back at. That is the fundamental limitation. And context is everything. The things that are before, all the things that you have the numbers with, that is everything, right? There's no instructions, no logic, just the context, right? Because all it's doing is adding up multiplying matrices, right? Really big ones, but simple math. The math in AI is very simple. And it uses really expensive computers to do it. All these graphics cards, essentially. So somewhat like that. But it means it costs a lot of money, even though it's relatively cheap for the power of it, but it's actually, every time you ask for a token, it does quite a lot of math, right? So that's important to remember, in case you're thinking about making your own. So, no database or logic or comparison, right? So it looks like it's looking things up, but it never is, right? It can count things, but it's all doing that with prediction. So you can trust no facts, no common sense. So for example, I ask it list of European capitals by distance from Prague, Rome. Okay, that's a sensible, I don't know if it's correct, but it's just about right. It sounds like right. Okay, how about Vatican City? Well, it also looks like just about right. You know, for me as a human, if I'm walking, who cares? But it's 200 kilometers apart. No sense. Like, oh, if I ask it, how far is Vatican from Rome? It would tell me Vatican is inside Rome. It knows it, but it has no knowledge, right? It has no knowledge, no sort of common sense knowledge, right? So it really cannot compare or copy. You see a number, do not trust it. So distance from Vienna, one time, second time, 2 kilometers apart. That's pretty good. You look at Belgrade, they're almost 100 kilometers apart. They're two different guesses, right? Complete guessing. You try to use it to retrieve data from a website. Can you trust it? Well, actually, I said, find me some Czech idioms that have animals in them, and Google Bing chat said, yes, here are some. Like, for example, to love something very much is to love something like an elephant loves oranges, which is not a Czech idiom or an idiom in any language. And I said, okay, there's a website on the internet that is lying about Czech idioms. Luckily, Bing gave me a link. I clicked on that link. That isn't on there. None of the three are on that website that it says is on there, right? So this is the hallucination problem. That's why this is the hallucination. It will make things up at any point. Bard, Google's chatbot, just introduced a new feature, said we're going to make math more reliable because ChatGPT is going to see a math problem, write a bit of computer code under the hood, and then put that out as a result. Put that back in, and Bard will give it to you as a result. Accuracy improved by 30%. Should be more, feels like. But why isn't it more? Because they say sometimes Bard may not generate code at all. Just like, yeah, I don't feel like it. Or it may say the code is just wrong. It does it, sometimes not always right. Or sometimes it gets the good result from the good code, but doesn't use it. It hallucinates at every step of the way, and you never know when it hallucinates or not, which is why, you cannot trust any numbers. Counting. It's really good at languages. It's really mediocre at meta-language. Nouns, verbs, okay, but if you ask it for like verb patterns and stuff like that, it's going to completely fail. It does not have access to its own training data. That's another thing that people often make a mistake. Right? Somebody said, ChatGPT has read every book in the library once, and then burned the library. Right? It doesn't have it. You just can't look it up again. So don't trust any statements it makes about what it's doing. So for example, here it says, this is the list of cities and distances. Distances are calculated using Google Maps and may vary based on the transportation used. This is a sort of text that makes sense under a table like that, but it's not true. It did not calculate anything. It just put it token after token. And it's bizarre how good it is at this, right? But it didn't do this. So never trust what it says, because a professor at Texas just did it a month ago, asked ChatGPT to say, did you write this assignment that a student submitted? Students wrote essays, gave them to the professor. He asked ChatGPT, did you write this? ChatGPT said yes. He failed students, right? But his failure, he didn't understand that ChatGPT doesn't have internal logic, doesn't have internal structure. So that's why this is so important, right? This is because you make mistakes like this. But we have some plugins. It's much better at it. It can be good at it as well. Finally, context window, before we go to the good stuff, the last bit, right? There's only so many tokens you can generate, right? So every new token you generate, there's about 2,000 for the free version, 8,000 or more in the paid version. every new token that you add becomes part of the context, and it makes the context smaller, which means that if you give it a long text like this, and you ask it some questions, and then you ask it some more questions, it's going to give you answers, but as you keep eating in, it said, give me a list of people mentioned in the text. First was correct, but incomplete. Then I said, okay, give me some more people, and it hallucinated all of them. They were completely plausible people to be in a text like this, they just were not. But I extended the context window with ChatGPT-4 to 8,000, same text, same question, perfect, right? Because it could see all of it. And even gave me a table with the people mentioned in the article and what they said and where they're from and what kind of, how they're mentioned in it. This is amazing. Just context window. Still has to be checked. Never trust any facts about anything, ever. But it's an amazing achievement, right? We don't know. Anthropic just announced recently they have a 100,000 word context window. And it gets worse. It's not as good as the shorter ones, but we don't know how big we can make the context window. For you as publishers, that's essential because at the moment you cannot put a book in. But maybe soon, and we don't know what happens with a large context window when you can't put a book in, like when it's 1 million tokens. Usually, some attempt, so that's a big question. But some fundamental thing to know is that because context is everything, you can actually make ChatGPT do things better if you give it better prompts. Right? So most people give it bad prompts, right? They're just going to write an essay. What is the length of whatever, right? So I'm just going to skip some of these things. But the key thing to know is that you're just creating context. All you're doing, you're not really asking questions, you're creating context. And every time you start a new chat, you're starting a new context, right? So prompt engineering is this new thing, and essentially what it means, making good context to get more good context. Essentially, it's all about context. Context, 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 nothing else, right? So if I say, for example, how I could do it, before the chat version, I had going to the library. Yes, I am. Pretty good, sounds like good, but next time I asked it, I got this. Yes, you can go to the library. Hours, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't sound like what I wanted, right? So I gave it examples. A, going to the pub. Yes. B, yes, I am. Then I said, A, going to the swimming pool. No, not today. Going to the library. And then it just started, all the green stuff is from ChatGPT from now on, right? So I trained it, I gave it examples of what came before, the structure I wanted in, and it follows them. And essentially, I gave it a context, and it continues the context, including, so giving ChatGPT examples is what makes it work, right? That's what prompt engineering is. Giving it the sort of thing it needs, right? That's the fundamental breakthrough with the new AI, is that you can give these examples, right? Just going to skip some of these things. So there are key lessons for practical use. You kind of need to give it like a prompt like a human, but also think of it as an autocomplete. Think of it as something that needs context. And there are 5 key things. Narrow down the context. Make it more specific than you would to a human. Give examples. Specify styles. Specify persona. Like tell it, you're an expert. You're really good at this. And it becomes, if you tell it, you're really good at this, it becomes better at it. because that's the new context, right? This is the context of a better person. Ask for ask for corrections. Don't just take the first thing. You can take a course on Coursera on prompt engineering, right? Don't just take the first result. Iterate, go back and forth, right? So I gave it some task recently. Give me some Spanish I could use at a conference to just start my lecture at. So this is too complicated, simplify it. That was too simple, make it a bit better. Add a sentence to it. Those are the sort of things you can do. That's what you're missing out, what's something like that. Okay, so too many, you have to give it more examples. You have to give it better context, specify things. So for example, if I just ask it, have a conversation at level A1, it's awful, that cannot do it. But I said, I ask it, give me definition of level A1, and it's good at it, right? It itself gave me its own definition, made better context in that chat, and now it follows better, right? Prompt engineering, better context. Better context that's what it's all about, right? Simplifying, not very useful. Giving structure, giving bullet points, those are the useful things. I'm just going to skip a bunch of these things, because I want to get to this last thing. What can publishers do? I have a very simple answer to this. start exploring new possibilities. I know many of you are already doing it. You don't need me to tell you this, but in some ways, that's all we can do. We have so much uncertainty. This is so brand new. We just don't know all the things that can be done, and also all the things that will fail strangely in an unexpected way, right? But here's an example. Readwise Reader has this new feature called Ghost Reader. You click on it, and it will give you options. Ask a question, summarize a document, give me question and answer pairs based on highlights. So, summary, it's really good. I highlighted a bunch of things. It gave me Q&A about it. That's very useful. Summary, not as useful, right? The summaries are not as useful as these sort of interactive things, the structure, the help, the guidance, right? Loads of established companies and loads of startups building new summarization tools. Loads of them. Scholarcy, SciSpace, Trellis. Many of them have probably already approached you and say, do you want to buy our stuff? Do you want to buy our services for your products, right? So, but you can go home now, if you have a programmer on staff or you're yourself a programmer or you want to become a programmer, LangChain, wonderful tool that can actually, you can just buy cheap access to the API just to get started and start making prototypes. And it will do all the things for you. It will break the things into chunks to fit in the context window. It will use the API to make things, to convert your text into embeddings. It will save them in this database called Vector Store. Then we'll use the API again, convert those questions you send into embeddings. It will match the question to the store. It will send that and the question to the API again and give you an answer. It's a very strange process, but it's very well thought through. Right? Essentially what it does, it adds all these other nice prompts. It's done the prompt engineering hard work for you, and it just keeps adding the prompts in different places to make this easier to work, right? It's not that complicated, it just takes a lot of thinking through, right? LangChain is very useful. So finally, uncomfortable lessons. Two things are true about AI at the same time. It is hugely overhyped, immensely overhyped. It is already transforming people's lives today, right? It's doing two things. So we saw the hype cycle yesterday, right? This is where the futurists and the media are, right? It's going up. This is where many daily users are, right? It's already in that sort of slope of enlightenment. We're already finding useful ways to use this. And we're already we're disillusioned a little bit by some of the potential. So I cannot do this, but it's useful. So that's, I think, we have to keep those in mind at the same time. Makes it much harder for you, publishers who have reputations that you need to think about for accuracy and things like that, right? And all of a sudden, it's a really hard thing. So exploring, you know? So what will it take us, what will it take to get us there, and how long it will take to get us to the plateau of productivity where it's just using it as a tool? We're not there yet, and it could take a year, 2 years, 5 years. Maybe we'll always be in that tinkering phase where it's an uncertain time, but incredibly exciting time, right? Because what are the barriers to inclusion? Language. It's really good at language. It helped with language. Money. You know, I said APIs cost money, tokens are expensive, but actually it's really cheap given what it can do, right, compared to other ways of doing it. And complexity. That's the real barrier to inclusion. And we're seeing these new ways of structuring data, getting access to complex data, complex text, complex ideas. And that's, I think, where the potential is, and we have to exploit it. So we're good at all of those things. Many unknowns, but there's loads to learn. I'm going to give you the links later. Just remember, logic, there's no logic, no memory, but still powerful enough to be useful. And here's some links for later. So thank you very much, and I apologize for not being very fair.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Giovanni Cioffi. I'm a data science engineer, and today I'm very happy to present you Algor Education, which is our product with which we are helping publishers and companies to exploit the advantages of AI, artificial intelligence, especially applied to text. I'm going to present you our idea. I'm going to make a little demo for you. I'll show you how we are addressing all these opportunities, and then I'll leave you space for any questions. So where do we start from? Algor started from a very felt problem. According to EDA, 1 in 5 students struggle with the basics of reading and learning. And not being independent during their study can cause can cause psychological distress and problems for the employment. Moreover, a poll from McKinsey stated that the 69% of teachers do not have enough time to prepare personalized content for their lessons, because they're overwhelmed from bureaucracy, and they're overwhelmed from lectures and many other things. Third thing, because of those topics, companies and publishers, you know better than me, need more inclusive content, interactive content to put in their digital assets. So our solution for us is Algor Education, which is a collaborative platform that converts any input text into mind maps. So from long text to short sentences to mind maps. So before diving into the presentation of our product, let's speak about why have we chosen mind map. So a mind map is a graphic tool which is very helpful to visualize, to comprehend a long text, and to memorize it. In Italy, for instance, mind maps are considered by law as a compensatory tool, because students can bring their mind maps to their lessons and to their exams. They're also spread worldwide as a really powerful tool for collaboration and for brainstorming, especially online. And then, as I said, in most K12 books, we have mind maps, especially in the digital ones, because they are an interactive tool. They're really helpful to visualize key concepts in the same space, in a graphical space with the multimedia content. So now let's see our platform. So this is Algor Education. When users log in, this is what they see. And you can create a concept map manually, as you can do with any other platform. But now I want to show you how to create a mind map with the AI. So I'll show you the text to map, the photo to map, and the quick map function. So let's say we want to make a mind map from this text. We go on Wikipedia, we just copy our text, and we paste it into this box. We go to text to map, paste our text inside the box, and click on create. And magic happens. So we have a summary on the left side from the input text, divided in paragraphs, and on the right side we have a mind map generated by AI. And as I will tell you after, this is only the beginning. This is only the starting point. But let's say we don't have a digital book, we don't have a digital content, we don't have a digital text to paste and copy. Let's say we have a paper book. So we have our paper book and we want to make a content map. How do we do? I can simply take my smartphone, I click on photo to map, then I scan this QR code, and I take pictures with my phone. So I take pictures of my notes on my books, I just reorder them, and click on proceed. And again, this is the result. And as I said before, this is only the beginning, because Algor Education is providing you a multimedia editor which can offer you everything you need to customize your mind map. So you can add images, you can add videos, you can modify and edit your text. You can also change your layouts automatically. You can choose your colors, choose your styles, everything you can imagine. And then you can also listen to every node of the map. These were the functions from text to map. Now let's see a situation in which I don't have a digital book, I don't have a digital content, but I don't have a paper book, so I just have a topic. I want to make a mind map on the First World War, and I just want to brainstorm on this topic. I just want to get ideas. So I click on this button, Quick Map. I choose the language, because our platform supports 5 languages, the most spoken ones. Enter the title inside the box and click create. And what the algorithm does is to provide you the first level of the map with questions you should ask yourself about those topics. So what were the main causes of the First World War, what were the major battles, how did the First World War affect the global balance of power. And now, this is only the starting point, as I said. So you can start going into the depth with your mind map manually, so adding your nodes by clicking on the plus button manually, but you can also ask for help to our AI, which is called Algorithm. So click on this button, and what we provide you are five answers to the questions you should use as like a suggestion. And again, the content map is fully customizable with all multimedia content. And when you're finished, you can choose to share your map with your teacher, with your classmates, with your colleagues, with the share button on the top right. Well, let's say you like paper, so you want to print it. It is possible. We have several printing opportunities. You can also restart your map before the printing and then download it as a PDF or as a PNG. Let's see now what are the opportunities when uploading a document on our application. You can upload your document, your book, your digital book. You can listen to it with text-to-speech. And our text-to-speech is highlighting the words while they are reproduced. So this is a very useful feature, especially for those students with dyslexia. Our text-to-speech supports 5 languages, 2 voices, and several speeds. And you can also, of course, from your book, create a mind map. You can do it in 2 ways. The first one is with the help of the algorithm. So you just select the pages you want to turn into the map, and click create, and you get the map. But you can also do it manually. So you just upload your document, and your book is communicating with the editor of the mind maps. So they're in the same screen. On the left side, you have the book. On the right side, you have the mind map. So you can pass the text from the book to the map in a very simple and easy way. Other functionality I haven't mentioned are collaboration. We have designed this web app in order to be collaborative, so that the teacher can work with his students, so that the students can work together, so that teams can work together, so you can actually share your customization with other people. Being a web app, Algor is accessible from every device. So with the same account, you just go with your phone, you just go with your personal computer, with your tablet, everywhere in the same account. And last but not least, our recent update was speech to text. So passing from an audio or a video to a text. So this is our new feature in which you can upload your audio or your video you want to turn into a text. And of course, that text can be used to build a summary automatically or a mind map automatically, as we've seen before. So that's all for the demo. When comparing Algor Education with similar solution in the market, we can see actually that it turns out that the main thing that distinguishes us are artificial intelligence applied to text, images, and audio, and the integration with documents and PDF. So I want to take these 2 elements, artificial intelligence and the integration with documents, to talk to you about how as a startup, we are addressing the opportunities that Dominic told you before. Those sentences in orange are actually taken from the Digital Education Plan, the Action 6 from the European Union, the guidelines on the use of AI. So we think that our platform can address those opportunities. The first one is to make your books more valuable. So we think that we truly believe that the paper book will still remain really, really valuable. But we think that we as startups, as companies, we have to address the great opportunities that are offered by AI. So in order to provide more valuable assets, more variable contents, we can create mind maps, summaries, quizzes from text, from audio, from images, and this can be done really, really faster and really, really in a cost-effective way. Then we are providing content that is accessible to everyone. Our main goal is that everyone can use the same platform with its most suitable tools. So, for instance, a student with dyslexia can use the same platform of a student without dyslexia, but using text-to-speech. And of course, speech-to-text. And then we have personalized the learning experience. Previously, we were talking about ChatGPT. Now, let's imagine ChatGPT, which has an understanding of your books and your document. So you can ask questions to your documents. You can make a semantic search over it. So let's imagine how we can address those opportunities. This is where Algor is right now. So we have reached 500,000 users worldwide, including Spain and the Latin Hispanic America, such as Mexico or Colombia. Our users are making more than 1 million mind maps in our web application, and more than 350,000 documents were uploaded between PDFs and docs. Algor was born as a B2C company, but many publishers and many companies are contacting us, and we recently signed 3 B2B contracts with publishers and companies. Okay. This is our team, which I'm very proud of. We are all under 30. We are specialized in artificial intelligence. We have a master in data science at Politecnico di Torino, and we are supported by the incubator of innovative startup of Politecnico di Torino. Our mission is a mission of inclusion. We truly believe in inclusive education, and from the surveys we do, from the focus groups we do, from the feedback we receive from our clients, we see that they are becoming more independent when they study, thanks also to our platform. And as I previously said, our goal is that everyone can use the same platform with its own tools. So everyone can be at the same starting point. This is our goal. And then we truly believe in lifelong learning. Our users are not only students, but also professionals, and those people that are studying for certifications, for any other exam, and want to get back on track. So we truly believe in those values, and we think that our platform can address them. So I really thank you for your attention, and I'm willing to answer your questions.
My name is Paolo Albert. I am founder, CTO, and CEO of a couple of companies. One is called Converso, who's presenting today. And I'm really delighted, and I thank you very much for the invitation, and really delighted and happy to talk about probably the project on which we've been working for a long time, which is this solution, which is called FROG. It stands for Free Cognitive. And it's a solution for people, especially children, suffering from dyslexia. I'll talk about the story of a partnership of two companies. One is called Mobidis, and it's actually a European partnership, since we are in this context, talking about context. It's a European partnership between a French company called Mobidis, a Nantes agency that's specialized in creating solutions for accessible content in digital, and PubCoder, which is a former startup company, now not startup anymore because it's 10 years it's on the market now, of which Conversa is one of the main stakeholders. I will talk about I will introduce PubCoder to give you an idea of what the product is all about. And later, I will focus on what actually Mobidis has been developing as a specific solution for children suffering from dyslexia. I will go through the process through which this content in the forms of e-books are made through the combination of these solutions. And I will briefly talk about the adventure that we are, and the challenge that we are taking on our side to bring this solution, the same solution, into the Italian environment. So, PubCoder is a digital publishing suite. It's very interesting how me and Paolo started off this adventure about 10 years ago, in the sense that I had, and still have this company called Conversa, which is a tech company that does websites. We've been working with a lot of publishing, with publishers in the early days of digital transformations. And when I met Paolo, who is here together with us, he is a former executive manager coming from Gruppo Espresso, which is one of the largest publishers in Italy. We wanted to become digital publishers. The iPad it was just released and presented. We had small children, and we thought that was an extraordinary opportunity to have immersive experience for children on these kind of devices, which have the characteristic of having all these kind of gestures that are possible, you know, just touching, pinching, shaking the device, and making things happen on the on the same device on which children are actually playing. So we actually found out that doing a single application was really, really too expensive. So we thought, why don't we build a software that allows us to do similar content that's really engaging for children, and do it in the form of series, not just one single flagship product, but a series, very much like publishers do. So we stopped thinking of doing publishers. We managed to get backed by venture capital, and we funded PubCoder. Today, PubCoder is a combination of two products. One is the authoring tool, which is the first that we've invented, which has lots of possibilities in terms of it's very easy to use. It's very much like, you know, InDesign or any other digital publishing tool that you can possibly know. It allows to do things very fast and quick. It has the ability to export in many different digital formats, like an EPUB, like a native app, etc. It has in its core this this interactivity panel where you can actually play with adding not just, again, as I mentioned, not just a tap on the content that you're creating, but also exploit all the possibilities of interaction coming from these devices. So again, tilting the device, putting lots of animations, multimedia, videos, audio, sounds, read aloud, etc., etc. But we found out at one point in time that our users, which are mainly publishers, designers, creators, were left alone in terms of distribution. So they had a lot of content they could create through this authoring tool, but they didn't have a way, they were left alone in a sort of self-provisioning way to distribute and reach the users they wanted to reach. So we, at one point, also invented and created a distribution platform, which is called Shelf. And it is intertwined with the authoring tool in the sense that whatever you create with the authoring tool, you can publish it on this distribution platform, which at the end of the day is a combination of many different components, which has a front end, of course, which is an app for iOS and Android, a web version, also a desktop version, where essentially we customize the look and feel of the experience, where users can download, buy, purchase, access to the content they've eventually purchased. And there are other components under the hood, which is, again, AWS was mentioned before. It's the leading in the market. All content stands in the cloud. And there is a CMS that we provide to our users who are capable of, are able to upload, manage all content that's done through the authoring tool, but not just content made through the authoring tool. Our customers are also able to upload content that they already have in-house, like, for example, PDFs or audiobooks, EPUB flowables, and all sorts of digital products. Again, there is a front end. Through this front end, it is possible to showcase the catalog, sell in bundles and subscriptions, not just single books, through selling the product through the web or on the applications through App Store or Google Play Store, in-app purchase, subscriptions, all sorts of possibilities. It is also possible to for the users to access the restricted area where they are capable of download and read the books that have been uploaded through the CMS. It is, again, a mobile solution in the front end, but also desktop. So it's an all-around solution. PubCoder, at the end of the day, is a tech company and does a lot of research and development. We have been working a lot because we believe in standards. We have been part at the beginning, especially when still IDPF was still in place and now has ended in W3C, because we believe that content has to be interoperable, it has to be accessible first, etc., etc. Take into account that PubCoder was born especially for children's books, and children's books come in the form of fixed layout. Fixed layout means that the design and the layout is fully controlled by the user and does not adapt in terms of what the device ends up proposing to the user. Of course, there's been a lot of debate about how the EPUB 3 fixed layout are effectively accessible for users, and it's for sure true that flowable files that probably most of you know what we're talking about are definitely more usable and accessible than fixed layout. Still, fixed layout is very interesting for what I called accessibility by design, in the sense that what's really interesting is exploiting the capabilities of interaction that a fixed layout can propose in terms, again, of, for example, the use of text-to-speech and the ability to use JavaScript. So a lot of capabilities, technical capabilities to make the content interactive. And we have been committed to some of the projects that we wanted to bring along. In some cases, some projects that we've seen our users have been, by using our product. The first one is this example. Before there was the speech about Ukrainian refugees, and this project was done back in 2014-15, when there was the first wave huge wave of Syrian refugees, and we found out that some of the users in Germany, one user was actually using our product to create an interactive guide, a dictionary for refugees in the camps, so that they could learn at least the fundamentals of the language, like the main words, the numbers, the colors, etc., etc. That product has then been translated and brought in Italy. We've done a version for Ukrainian refugees as well, and it's also, I think, available in the list of the UNICEF assets, and that can be actually used and in Italy is being used quite a lot. This is a project that we've done just before COVID, and it's an interesting example of how interactivity is brought and to create accessible content. This was, because unfortunately it's not on the market anymore, an app that was designed to bring content to children suffering from autism using the AAC technique, which stands for Augmentative and Alternative Communication, which is mainly symbols. So with symbols, the single user, by tapping on the symbol, he would listen to the word, and the child could start learning and understanding what that kind of word was about and the meaning of that word. This was the app during COVID. It was in the top 5 of the downloaded app because it was made available for free, and this gives us an idea of how important and the demand of this kind of content. Lastly, Frog. I mentioned about this company, Mobidis, which stands in France. They have been doing specific research on a product that is capable of providing an enriched experience to children suffering from dyslexia. It's about, again, even them, they're about 10 years that they're on the market. They work a lot, especially with schools and with libraries. They've started working with France, of course, but now they're expanding. First of all, in countries where, with French-spoken countries like Canada, but also now they have been funded in order to open the market also in other countries, Italy included, and we'll come to this at the end. I just want to show this video, which tells what is the kind of experience and what is the kind of research and solution that they have been designing. I think there is an audio over here. I'm not sure whether it's possible to listen, but as you can see, what they've designed. À quoi jouait-il cet enfant? Okay, thank you very much. As you can see, the core of the solution is this menu with a list of options. There are buttons that interact with the text and that transform the text in such a way that it is capable for the person with dyslexia to read it and to access it. Of course, there are different symptoms and different grades of dyslexia. This, of course, it's not my field of interest, but that is why you see many different options that the user can and the reader can combine together in order to make the text more and more accessible and understandable from his standpoint. So you get the ruler, for example, if you want to follow word by word. There is a read aloud with a voice over. There is the possibility to highlight words or entire lines of text. There is the possibility to color them, as you can see over here, and together with more standard features like enlarging or resizing the text if needed. They have been creating the books through our software and distributing the content through different platforms. A couple of these platforms, Pubcoder has designed them through the product shelf that I've talked to you about. In other cases, they've used another distribution system. This is because, again, the authoring tool is capable of exporting the product, the content in different format files, including the EPUB 3 that I mentioned before. As I said, the menu is the core, and I've described before what are the main characteristics of this menu. This is what exactly what they've created and what they continue on researching through clinical tests, going through, of course, trial and error, through scientific method, and working with universities, and not just in France, but now expanding also with universities abroad. So the menu, in order to work, needs that the text needs to be transformed in order to be interpreted by the options that the user clicks every time that he wants to activate or deactivate that specific option. So again, somebody said some time ago, Christina, you were there probably at that conference sometime, that content is code. Now, this is an example where content is code in the sense that this is the kind of work that Mobidies does, and it's tagging the text in order for the menu to be correctly interpreted every time that the user clicks on that one particular option. Third, that's where PubCoder comes in. They have to assemble the book, they have to design it. So we provide, well, PubCoder, they use PubCoder to insert the content that's been previously tagged. They put inside a text-to-speech, other images, or whatever other kind of content that's to complete the book. And then they distribute it again through a couple of libraries that we manage, and where we created this distribution platform. We provide them with the content management system for them to go and upload, change, add, delete the content, and then they make available to. Essentially, they work a lot, as I mentioned, with schools in France and with libraries. This is a very complicated, libraries is pretty complicated for those who know how all the system works, lending, single sign-ons. So it's really what we provide. They have the core solution for the content to be accessible for the end user. We really provide the context in order for them to create and to distribute and to reach all the users that they need to reach. There are a lot of challenges we're working on because we have a long-term partnership. One is to make our shelf more accessible. We have done a recent assessment in order to have all the features that are needed in order to all the devices to exploit the capabilities of the devices in order to let the users understand where all the menus are, to have the right contrast, to have the right font, etc., etc. They are, as I mentioned, adapting the solution for different languages, which is not just applying an algorithm. It's also learning that each language has its own specific rules. And, for example, they work with a chunk of text which is called ren, which they invented it, and they need to understand whether this ren, which is, at the end of the day, the shortest sense of meaning inside a text, inside a sentence. They need to, of course, understand how in other languages this ren can be applied. And there are there's a lot of work that's done manually and some other automatically, like the text-to-speech. Again, we've seen that there are solutions like artificial intelligence that allow to automatically do a lot of work in order to make this more scalable, more cost-effective, faster, and therefore providing more and more content to children around the world. Lastly, we, again, are partnering in order to bring this experience in Italy. It's not easy. One of the challenges, for example, again, I'm looking Christina, is that in France, their business model is very clever in the sense that they've managed to reach agreements with the publishers with a subscription model. I know this is kryptonite, but how did they reach this agreement? Because they narrowed down the target and made agreements with the association of the French Dyslexia Association, with specific schools. So the publisher is perfectly aware who the users are. It's closed. It's not an open catalog that anybody can subscribe to. It's just related to this particular use, to that particular population. And so signing up contracts that guarantee this particular use, publishers are very happy. We have started talking to Italian publishers on this, and it seems like there is some openings in this respect with this idea in mind. And the situation in Italy I won't talk about. Everybody knows that the increase of population having special needs is increasing, not because you have more and more people that are born with more disabilities, but it's just that we find out more. So that's why statistics are rising. The work that we're doing, again, is to make the highest possible number of publications available in Italy. And to do so, we are involving sponsors, foundations. We are working with publishers and trying to understand who wants to be part of this adventures, encourage the creation of vertical libraries with universities and with individual publishers that want to do their own vertical shop for this kind of book. And we are, again, helping Mobidis to adapt their algorithm in Italy for the Italian language with involving research coming from specific universities like University of Turin, who is working on eye tracking, for example. So understanding where the eye of the child or the person is going while reading is a metric which is very interesting in understanding how to do that menu always better and better for the end user. The website where all this information about the project is great. 5 minutes. This is the last slide, so it's great. All the information about the project, about this partnership, and how we want to work in Italy with this kind of solution, you'll find it here. And so I really invite you to visit. And if there's any question, I'll be really happy to answer. Otherwise, we're all free, because you'll probably be dead and hungry. But I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
So just a few words about the foundation. The foundation is really a very strange organization, not only in Italy, but I think worldwide, because we have been created by the Italian Publishing Association in collaboration with the Italian Blind Union. That is really very strange, because in many, many countries, these organizations are not so close, and sometimes they even fight each other. We were also able to involve, after the foundation, the Italian Dyslexia Association and one specialist organization, that the Italian Library for the Blind, Regina Margherita, who is the organization who created the traditional version of textbooks, collaborating with the publisher in Italy. So I think this is very special, and I have to say that some other countries invite us a lot for this kind of collaboration that has been built. And we also have publisher as a member, and not only publisher, but also the most important Italian library loan platform. And then we'll explain a little bit later why. When we started, when we won a call from the Ministry of Culture, and before Fondazione Lia, the funding was given to very small project, where each funding was to create one braille or one audiobook. So there was a lot of money that was spent with no impact on the real number of titles that were provided to people with disability. So the ministry decided to make a call, and we won it. And we started with a survey, because as it was remembered before, at that time I was member of the IDPF, it's a long time ago, and IDPF was at that time working on a standard that was EPUB, that we decided to make more inclusive, including in the specification of the EPUB all the specifications that were then available for the DAISY format, there was a specialized format used by blind organizations to create specialized books that can be used only on specialized devices. So we decided to understand which were the reading habits of people with disability, and we have made, I believe, is still the most comprehensive survey for visually impaired people, try to understand which format they were using, which technologies they were using, and we discovered something that we were never expected, that they were moving on digital very quickly, and especially they read a lot. They read more than the average reader in Italy, because the number of titles they read is more than 9 a year. So they are strong readers. And only 5% of the published book are nowadays available to them in the specialist organization. So they need to ask for create a special version. It's time-consuming, it's costly, it's a completely different process that any other reader can have. What we have created a catalog of born accessible and mainstream ebooks. I think mainstream is a very important word. Born accessible is quite common right now in the publishing industry for the European Accessibility Act and so on. But I think the combination of two is what is really needed. We have now more than 30,000 titles available, and they are exactly the same book that are produced by the publisher in the same day that are available for everybody else. So we don't have any specialized version. We work with the publisher, we provide them guidelines, they follow the guidelines, and we do a quality check. So we control every file, and if the file is compliant with the requirement, we give them the metadata, so they can distribute in the distribution channel, and we provide a small logo that highlights the fact that they have been certified by us. And they are distributed in the traditional distribution channel. We have created a catalog, because at that time, no catalog or no retailer was fully accessible, so there is also a LIA catalog that displays all this book. And this book will be the full catalog of the accessible books available in Italy. And this will be important for the Marrakesh Treaty, because we have two legislation. One is European Accessibility Act, the other is the Marrakesh Treaty. And we will inform the authorized entities of the availability of these books, so they don't have to repeat what we are doing, and we don't want to duplicate the effort, and they can invest in titles that are not already available on the commercial mainstream channels. The catalog is updated every day. May you move, please? The catalog is growing a lot. Every day we receive titles by the publisher. Every day we certify them. If the files are not good, we give the file back. As LIA Foundation, we work together with many other organizations at international European level. We have prepared a paper that has been translated in Japanese, in Lithuanian, and in German. And it's a paper that describes all the activities that need to be done by an organization to be compliant with the European Accessibility Act. We work also not only with publishers, but for example, in Germany, we have a very strong collaboration with the Börsenverein and Disabiliesen, who are the task force working in Germany on this topic. We are part of all the international standard organizations that define the standard. So we work in W3C. Our technical responsible is part and is a chair of some of this activity. So we are very fully involved in writing the specification. They have been recently released the new EPUB 3 version and the new accessibility version. And I suggest you to go and look at them, because they are quite different from the previous one. We work with the DAISY Consortium, that is the organization who work with the specialized organization. We are part of EDR Lab, that is an organization created by the Ministry of France, who is focused on accessible reading solution and accessible DRM, that are two other main elements of the value chain. And we are part of ISO, that is an international standard organization. What we believe that we are now facing a fully new paradigm, and I think this is very important to take in consideration. I'm sorry, but this works. No? May you please? Okay. There is a changing world. Digital is becoming more and more part of our life, and digital may offer a lot of opportunity to people with disability on one side. On the other side, it may become another element of exclusion. During the COVID, we face a lot of problem because all the reading platform, the video conference system, a lot of documents were produced in fully inaccessible ways, and so people could not access at all to this website, platform, or publication or document. This is something that the teacher wrote me yesterday. She called me and she explained that they face a lot of problem accessing the platform and the content of the publisher. She's blind, and she would really like to be able to access, as any other teacher, to the same content and the same platform as anybody else. And I explained that the publisher in Italy, but also worldwide, are working very hard to solve this problem, and she needs to be a little patient, but I think that in the near future, this will be something that she will not face anymore. There is an evolving context that is not only the technology, there is a new sensibility around the need of people with disabilities. There is the Agenda 2030, there is a Convention of United Nations. There are two legislation. One is the European Accessibility Act, and the other one is the Marrakesh Treaty. And there is a technological innovation. Just some quick information about the directive. I think that you know very well what is requiring. It's required that a lot of our product and service should be compliant by June 2025, and not only for organization working in Europe, but for everyone who wants to sell product and service in Europe. The product and service are very, very wide, but it's very important for the publishing industry because it includes e-books, reading solution, both software and devices, and include DRM, include all e-commerce website. So every e-commerce website, even if you don't sell digital publication, you should comply with this legislation. And there are standard requirements, and there are possibility or penalties. So it's not only that you must comply with the legislation because you are sensitive, but also because you will have also some organization that will monitor the implementation of the legislation. There are some exemptions. If you are an organization that is a micro-enterprise in terms of European Commission, that means less than 2 million income and less than 2 employees, you are exempt. You may adopt the disproportionate burden, so you have to demonstrate that the cost of producing accessible platform e-books application is too much, but it's too much comparing with the advantage of people with disability. So it's quite tricky to demonstrate. We are working on that at the level of Federation of European Publishers to try to assess what this proportionate burden means for the publishing industry. And there are some kind of books, like comics book, illustrated children books, and art book that should be compliant at the state of the art of the technology, because the standards are not fully considering this kind of books. For example, fixed layout, we spoke this morning, are still more complicated to be made accessible. But there are considered illegitimate reasons, lack of time, lack of priority, lack of knowledge. So it's really very important to start acquiring the competence inside the publishing industry. The beneficiaries are a lot of people, And these are only the certified one, but the directive require to comply also with people who are not certified, but may have a temporary problem or a temporary disability. What is really we need to build is to build a new digital accessible ecosystem where every player should do its part. So there involved publisher, there involve digital aggregator, let's say, could be the distributor or a aggregator who sell in a specific market, should be books in catalog. When we certify the accessibility, we give the information to the books in print catalog, so everyone can know that the title has been created as accessible. Digital bookstore and digital library, as this is why we involve since the beginning the library loan service, because if you have to buy a book, you may also be able to loan the book from a library, and reading solution. And every element has to make its part, because if this is not, the work doesn't work. So the chain is interrupted somewhere. If a publisher produces fully accessible book and then don't give the information of accessibility to the retailer or end user, they don't know that that title is accessible, and so they don't know how to use it. So born accessible and mainstream means same title, same time, same format, at the same, with the same distribution channel and with the same information. And so the publisher should use the same distribution, the same production and distribution workflow, and use metadata standard. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, they are already here, and possibly to use the same distribution flow. So as I said before, this is possible because in Italy, for example, with LIA, we've already done it. We have done starting from trade, that was simple, but we are now working also with educational and academic publisher. The difference was that with the previous solution, to create a different version for different disability, you need to create a different format and to make a different production flow. With the EPUB or with digital publication, you can use the same file, and the same file can be used in many different ways from the end user. So they can read it with Braille display, they can enlarge the font, change the contrast, they can use text-to-speech. So one format, many options. May you start the video, please? This is a short video where maybe we can do at the end, if it's... It worked this morning. Maybe we can use afterwards, no problem. So if you come back to the here. So what I also want to highlight is that the shift is for every actor in value chain, but it's also a shift for the end user. Because also people with disability may not know exactly what they can get from a file produced by the publisher in an accessible way, or they may still be used to have a different format. So for example, we do a lot of training for young kids with a disability to train them, which are the advantage of having the e-book in their smartphone, that is the same smartphone everyone has in his pocket. So every organization should be compliant. And I think this is one of the parts that is more relevant and where the collaboration will be very, very important in the next year. Accessibility is a journey. So don't think that you push a button, you solve everything. So you need to have a roadmap. It's the most important thing, and you need to have a roadmap that is declared to the end user, because they understand that everything cannot be done in one night. And so it's important to convince and to inform the people on what you are doing. There are social and responsibility reasons, there are legal reasons, there are quality reasons. An accessible publication website or app is better for everyone. Its quality is really something that you get as a benefit for adopting accessibility. And there is also business value, because you can reach a lot of people that you didn't reach before. the big important technology company decided to include accessibility in the smartphone and the computer because they could access new customers. So if you look at all the activity done by Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they all are involved in accessibility because it's something that gives them more value and can make them access more customers. There are some areas in which you may work. One is awareness. It's important that all people in the publishing house is aware of the fact that you are moving on accessibility because it's not only a technical stuff. You need to involve people from the production, you need to involve people from the customer care, because if someone phone or make an email and ask why I'm not able to use this book, there is required that someone may ask, or maybe may ask, oh, sorry, we have not reached that point, but may get the information and bring the information back to the people who can manage it. So don't think that it's only a production problem or a technical problem. Training is very, very important. We are doing a lot of training with a lot of publishers in Italy, but also internationally. And this is one of the main elements. If you understand why you need to do something, then you can find solutions that were not expected. We, especially in some area like the email description or the graphic layout presentation or the color contrast and so on, you need to understand why you need to do something. Otherwise, you do something automatically and maybe you don't find the best solution possible. Do you integrate accessibility in your workflow? Accessibility can cost because you need to adapt or remediate something that has not been created as accessible. So you need to analyze the workflow and you need to embed as much as possible accessibility in the production workflow or the print book. That is your main business. And then you need to create accessible versions starting from the production flow you have for the print book as much as possible. It's not perfect. We know that InDesign are not fully useful in that area. We are working also international with other organizations to give Adobe information on what are the things that Adobe need to change. And we have a continuous discussion with them. And we hope we will see the first result at the end of this year. Because we are trying to make them improve InDesign to create accessibility. And this is something that, for example, people from the web design have no idea. Because the production process of a publisher is a very complex one, and not very few people know how, for example, to use InDesign in a correct way to create accessible publication. You need to create the book as accessible since the beginning. That means to add semantic structure, to create alternative description, and be careful that the graphic layout is good for people who are not blind, but who are visually impaired or dyslexic. And you need to start this kind of work since the beginning. You do a new book, and you need to start on that, because remediating it afterwards will cost you a lot of time and effort. You need to work on website, application, and platform. There are standards also here. You have the WCAG. You need to follow them. And you need also to provide information of the accessibility feature of the platform to the end user. We have worked, for example, in a very strict way with Pandora Campus, that is a platform done by Mulino, that is an academic publisher. But now we are working also with some publishers who distribute their title on Pandora Campus. So the combination is starting to be more integrated and more interesting, because they are adapting the platform and they are be able to embed books not produced by them that they were already aware, but who are starting to create accessible publication with some more complex feature, for example. We do what is important to do. You need to make audit of the platform, and you must consider that the platform, in a different way from the ebook, is not. It doesn't end. So you change the platform, you add the new feature, you change the layout, you add new pages, and so the accessibility of platform should be an ongoing process. You don't have to check every day, but at least to foresee that one a year you verify if what you have done is or not in line with what you already done. There are reading solution. It's the same like application and platform with some very specific feature, because all the platforms that are used by the educational publisher has some reading solution, and normally the reading solution have more feature, not only the feature for people who are blind or visually impaired, but they are starting to add functionality that are good for dyslexic students. And this is a discussion we are now going to have with Italian Dyslexia Association, because if publishers invest a lot in producing mainstream accessible platform and books and reading solution, then we need to find a way that end users start using them and not continue asking a different version. It's a process. I don't think this will be done in 1 month or 1 year, but I think it's something that will change in the future. This is an example from Anastasi, where you have some special functionality like highlighting maps and so on, something that were already presented this morning. Also because the student cannot have many different platforms for every book they read, so they need to find also some ways where they have an integrated reading and learning experience. The metadata is an important element. If you produce accessible content, you should display them on the platform, and we are working also on defining guidelines in this area. And DRM, there are some DRM who impede the assistive technology to access to the content, and there are new DRM that allow assistive technology to do this. Another important thing is automatic testing is not enough yet. I hope artificial intelligence will solve this problem quite soon, because it's a lot of time and knowledge that the people need to have. But right now, if you use only automatic testing, you lose a lot of problems that the end user may have. So you need to do testing in an automated way, but also manual, done by skilled people. This is the process we do as LIA. We receive the file from the publisher. We check accessibility both in manual and in automatic and manual way, and if the file is fine, we generate the metadata. We provide the metadata to the platform or to the publisher, and if the publication, and we include in the LIA catalog, if the publication is not accessible, we give back to the publisher the publication with all the information needed to solve the problem we found. So it's a learning by doing process. The mistake to avoid is don't think that you have done when you start, and don't think that, as I told, this one-shot activity. Please create a roadmap and define the goal you want to achieve in a certain period, and then consider responsibility as a shared responsibility among different actors. It will be normal to have one person who is responsible of the project or of the task, but then you need to continue to involve people in the publishing house. We have done a mapping of the standard that is very, very important, because in the European Accessibility Act, there are not defined standards. So the Commission will never tell you that you need to use PDF or EPUB or ONIX. So we have done a mapping to check if the already existing standard available in the market are in line with the high-level requirements that are available in the legislation, and they are. So we were able to convince the Commission not to issue a mandate to create a new standard, but the Commission were able to decide that the standards that are already in the market could be the one that are good to be compliant with the legislation. Maybe there will be a revision of the web standard, but for the document and the publication, there is not. It could work. We are working with other organizations, and we see in the international arena a lot of further collaboration among the different actors. So I think it will change or probably speed up in the next few years. We are starting to get positive feedback. we have been asked by the young group of the Italian Blind Union to organize a meeting with us and some publishers. And I have to say that the publishers were quite scared, because normally when you do this kind of thing, they call you because they tell you the file you give us are not good, the platform is not accessible, and so we were trembling. Instead, it was a surprise, because they have checked all the platform in the academic sector, not in the school sector, and in the trade sector, and they told, and they explained to their other colleague that they found very good solution, that they were surprised that they could access a book in Pandora and they could buy it, that they found books, new title in the ILIA catalog. So it's not so fast, but also there are some changes, especially with the young people. For old people, probably they will continue asking an audiobook or something like that. The increasing opportunities, for example, some of the publishers we work with during the COVID who have started producing accessible platforms saw an increase of required request from institutions like academic library to access the platform, because they understood that it was accessible, and so they found it useful, people that they never had before any contract with. Next step, we are working on 2 European projects. One is Aldus Up is a network of fair. We organize event in fairs. We have done one in Bologna. We do normally in Frankfurt to create awareness and to share the experience of the publisher. We are now working on another project that is funded by Creative Europe to analyze the cost and the tool to convert the backlist. The backlist is a big issue, and so we are now testing a lot of files provided us by the publisher to verify which tool are really reliable, which tool can do what, and how much it costs to create a new accessible version if you start from a PDF or an old EPUB. And the result will be made available by the end of the year. There are still issues, the disproportionate burden, the backlist, and the metadata distribution. I think these are the 3 main topics we will work in the next year. And the future is workflow optimization and integration, more complex books, especially with fixed layout, and artificial intelligence. I think it's a very huge possibility, but we need to be very careful, because we need to be very clear on what we can achieve and what not, because otherwise people think that is something that solves everything, and it doesn't. We are working with CNR in Italy on this topic. We are going to do some other work with other universities. If you want some resources, there is the ebook for all, that is a paper we have published. You can find also in other languages. It can be freely downloadable by our website. And we have a monthly newsletter that is also in English, where we update on the standard, what we do, but also what is going on at international level. Thank you very much.
Yes, today ANASES is a not-for-profit cooperative born in Bologna in 1985, and the goal of ANASES is to make digital solution for students with special need, especially. Today I want to show you 2 of our solutions. One is called JECO, that is this one, is a desktop solution in Windows, made for children, especially children for primary school, or also in secondary school if they have more problem than also in secondary school. I go inside. The software can make these 6 different things. There is a editor of text that you can write, you can read. There is an editor of mathematics. There is a place where I can use PDF books. There is a place where I can make a concept map. there is a place where I can make activity, interactive activity, and there is a browser. All this ambient are with the same layout, very simple because it's made for children, but not so children looks, because also some other student can use also if are, I don't know, 12 years, 30 years or more. And how it works, I try to write you something.
Hi. My name is Luca.
Luca yesterday with the jacket. Normally I don't have.
I'm a bit tired. I want to go bad. Bed.
Better. Okay, there is a voice, there is a picture. When I write, I can listen what I have already write, and at the end I can read all the sentence or all the text.
My name is Luca. I'm a bit tired. I want to go bed.
Okay. I can also write with the voice. There is a reconnection. I do a lot of little more function. But I want to do something else. I want now to do something mathematics. For example, this. Okay, I open a book with as an exercise, and I open the maths. Okay, now what I can do? I can take from the book. This is a PDF. Just taking this and insert in my book of mathematics, and now I can start to solve my mathematics. I have some functions that can help me. That, for example, I can say, I want to start from this, because I have to do this first. I have to do also this, probably. And I can say, okay, and I can do this. Okay, I duplicate, and now I start. This is 3. This is, and I don't do all the function, but this is very helpful because for students with, especially for dyslexic student, it's very difficult to do mathematics in the normal paper because they make a mistake copying from one line to another, and perhaps they forgot one pieces or change one number, something like that. In that way, you can have the help of the digital help, and is really more easy to solve this kind of expression. For example, now I come back to the book and I take another book. This is geometric, I think. What I can do, I can read always at the same, I can take this and say, okay, read for me.
Riprendiamo il discorso sulle figure piane.
This is in Italian, and I change the voice. I can put a lot of things like I do underline, make line and so on. But also I can do something like that. I can open my maps. I do a new map. And now I can start to do my my maps from the book. Figure piane, I don't know, polygoni. And I can take, oh no, I want, sorry, I make a mistake. I want to, there. Okay, I put another things, okay. And if I want to put also image, like normally they do, I can take just the picture and I can put my... Very difficult to do it with only one hand, but it's okay. Okay, and I made my map. My map I can copy to the handbook or also in the book. I can put the map, I don't know, if I want. Sorry. Now I have my map inside the book, for example. Could be useful for me to have my new things. The last thing I want to show you of this software is the activity. The activity is something particular. Is made to build little activity, especially for children with perhaps autism or handicap in mental handicap or something like that. And I show you one example. This I already made. I made a table of animals with the name of the animals and the picture of the animals. This could become an activity. What it means that I can run the activity. This is a memory, and it became a memory. I made the table, I put the picture from the software, I put the name, and now I can solve. So you have to find where, help me, okay. And when I find the couple, it's okay. But the thing interesting of this is that you can just run in the Windows program, but also you can share, for example, with now I have in the table is not running because it's not a connection, but I have the app that the app of the software that is free, and I can take the picture, and from that I can run the same activity here. This is very helpful because as a teacher can make a little exercise, and they can share to all the class, and all the class can make the solution in the tablet or in the smartphone or where they want. And I show you another kind of activity just to understand what you, for example, this another kind of, this you have to move color things in the good position. But you can make a lot of different exercise. Okay, you have to move, I don't know, here. And when you, now I try to do my best. Yellow. I put everything? No. There is also this. Okay, I finish. And when I finish, okay, you are done. And I can make a lot of this little activity. And this was Jaco, if you need some more information, you can ask me. The other program that I want to show you is the one I talked about yesterday. That is SuperMapX. That is a software for to make a concept map. I show you. I started the one I saw yesterday, and very quickly you can make a maps, but you can also very quickly put a picture, for example. Now I take this is just Google, and I can just click on my node, and they propose me something in. With this meaning. Tortellini, yeah. Okay, in a few seconds I can make my map if I have the idea of what I want to do, sure. Okay, and after that you can do everything with the map. You can print, you can make a presentation of this, I don't know, start and say, oh, I live in Bologna, that is a beautiful city, and so on. We are famous for the food, that is so good, and you know, tortellini, and so on. And I can explain my presentation. But also, you can make from a map perhaps a document or something else. But I want to show you what you can do with AI, because our approach is a bit different from the one we saw this morning. Because we choose two things different. One is we don't want to pay AI inside the software, because otherwise we have to charge the software or the cost of AI for the student, and we don't want that. We want that this software could be cheap for being adopted to the school to share to all the students, not only for some students. The other thing is that we want that the student and also the teacher learn about AI, how to manage AI. And what we do that. For example, if I go to ChatGPT, no, I can ask something. No, this morning we say a lot of things. One thing is, please give me a bullet point of things, but wasn't what I really want. I ask again, please do some little variation. At the end, this is the last that I want, because at the end I say, please tell me in English, because I have to do in English. And he put me this, Bolognese receipt, meat, fish, and because I try to understand if in Bologna we do also for vegan people. I wasn't sure. And when I got this, I copy, I go to my software and I say, okay, please give me a tree of this. And now I got the map, but the step of ask at the ChatGPT was made by me. I have to do the prompt, I have to do the things. And now I can start to manage, to change, to put the color, to put image and so on. The other thing is also AI is now in a lot of different solutions. For example, now I'm working with, I don't know if you already see Monica's call, like my wife, and I like for that. That is extension of Chrome. That is works on every web pages or yes, every web page. If I take, for example, an articles like this, I can directly ask with Monica a lot of things. For example, do a synthesis, or also I can put a new prompt I made by myself that do what I really want. For example, outline. And now I ask to do outline in English, also if the article is in Italian. And when it's finished, I can copy and paste inside the map and use it like a new map. Okay. I was too fast. It's okay. No, I want just show you some function and some idea what we done and what we believe. I think the goal here in Italy, I think also in other countries, is for AI is that teacher first, but also student didn't know how to use it. And but is a knowledge that is very important in the future, also now, but also in the future. And we think that is important to introduce AI in the school, but with something that can help to be able to interact with AI directly, not with a black box that make something, but I don't know what he made. I finished. I don't know if you have some question. Thank you.
So let's go right in. What we look at this afternoon, as much as we can, short introduction, our understanding, our joint understanding, which really brought us together as two different companies, of how to approach AI generally and in education specifically. And then we look at 3 use cases where we tried, that was the hardest job for us, from all the things we do and we're trying and we're deploying, we tried to pick really ones that are relevant to inclusivity, to the topic of the conference, and ignore a lot of the products, etc., because that's not the point here. But if you want to know what's behind all this, please contact us, obviously. And lastly, there's an invitation, because there was a challenge set today about, well, please go and try and play with it. And but that is hard for, and I'm speaking for our partners, the educational publishers, because go and play with it means people, money, time, attention, budgets, and all of these things are not in big supply for the average educational publisher, I would say. So we have an offer how we think we can help a little bit with this. Go and try and get to some marketable product, maybe, or at least to some improved quality of the products. Okay, very briefly about Everlane and myself. I'm one of the founders of Everlane. We're solving digital education, or helping to, specifically for educational publishers since 2002. So we're quite a long time around. We have grown organically. We're now about 100 people, mostly based in Europe. And what we do is across the ed tech or education value chain. So from curation, creation, deployment, analytics, and the whole loop. And we are behind many of the leading brands, often as white label, so you don't see it, but we are the plumbers. We're just running the engine room, and the brands out there are different. We serve millions of learners, mainly in K12, but also in language learning, adult language learning, around the world every year, and more than 3 million learning objects. And those are all not book pages, those are all interactive, quite complex activities have been created by all these names in author to date. And a quick look at what I mentioned, this value chain. And the interesting thing is about AI, and let's just focus on the hype part of it. There's now a big pressure on all of us. It's a hype. We have to do something with it, and obviously we should. But it's complex. So this is all these things, if you're an educational publisher publishing into the digital landscape, you're dealing with all of these things. You might not be fully aware, but somehow somebody is doing these things for you. So it goes from complex analytics, purchase, subscription, commercial models, the whole gamut of e-commerce basically has to be represented, to the content creation, sourcing, license management, all these things. It's really complex. It's not always a high-value industry where you can make a lot of money, but we have kind of everything from everywhere. And AI is coming into this at many places and should come into there, but we have to try to find a way how to not be overwhelmed with it and how to do it well. And the last one about Everlane, which leads to the invitation later, is we have created a lab, especially after many years of suffering with you from the hype cycles. There's always the good thing in there, the good technology, but everybody has lost a lot of money on adaptive when it was overhyped and so on. So it goes in circles, and then you invest in some pilots and some startups and I don't know what, or in some incumbents, and a lot of money goes down without effects. And we want to be calmer about this, systematic, but progressive. So this needs a kind of academic approach to some degree, and we created a lab. Luckily, John Trexler has a chair in Commonwealth of Learning and UNESCO, and is a professor of digital learning. He's the academic director now, and the business director. The last big appointment was at National Geographic. She has been working all around the globe in classrooms, doing evaluations for publishers, and these two, we believe, can create a system where we can invite, pilot, research, and then everybody who wants to work with us can profit from this, really in an academic sense. So certainly some features will make it in the products, but it's also explicitly fine if they just do research that maybe gets published if it makes any sense, or if they find out we shouldn't put a feature in there. So that's the Everlane lab. Okay, and now, in all this spirit, we have found each other, task-based. I'll let you introduce yourself. You have mics, okay.
Yes, so thank you very much for the introduction, Ignace. So let us also quickly introduce Taskbase. Well, we are founded back in 2015, focused the last 8 years mainly on AI and EdTech, did a lot of research collaborations, mainly with the Swiss universities, EPFL and ETH. We're now about 20 people based in Zurich, Switzerland, and my colleague Sonja will tell you a little bit about the mission we have as Taskbase.
Yeah, hi everyone. Very nice that we can be here, and thank you very much to Ignace and Everlane to bring us as a partner. Yeah, our mission, Taskbase, is here that we can support publishers and digital learning platforms to actually use the power of AI and provide it to the teachers and students to make their lives easier when it comes to learning outcome or their learning journey. So we want to increase the learner success, and we want to help and support teachers, and actually this to a possibility where it's low effort for the publisher or the digital learning platform.
Yes, and we're already working with some of the EEPG members. So yeah, like Cornelsen and Courier, Klett, not Courier, but Klett. So next slide. Yeah.
Right, that is me again. So, and we have found each other over our approach to AI, which is basically, we need to maintain the integrity of education. We cannot just drop the caution because it's exciting technology. And now, this is interesting because I just found this today because I've been saying for quite a while, well, actually education, especially K12 children, it is a high-risk technical environment, which is one of the problems. It's costly to keep all that data safe and do the right things. And in the European framework on regulating AI, it is classified as a high-risk environment. So it's not even a discussion, it's a high-risk environment. So you need to proceed with caution. And there are organizations like the EdSafe AI Alliance and several others that are popping up, not for no reason. So we adhere to this, And the points we will go a bit more in detail later is mainly it can't be a black box, and it must be transparent. You must be able to trace it. You can't just hand over data to people you don't necessarily trust. You cannot dilute, or you should try to not dilute your copyright. Cannot is a bit much asked now. And the nice thing to see the angle of opportunity in there is the commercial and the educational needs, they actually overlap, or the commercial and the safekeeping needs, because commercially, you also don't want to hook up to some API from some company that might decide to raise the prices in 3 years without your control. You don't want to put in all your content into a thing where you don't know if maybe it suddenly appears decopyrighted in another continent. And these are also the same technical challenges that we have in protecting the users, the children and their data, etc. So there's an alignment there, which is good because you have to tackle the problem, but you can get double value out of it. And there we go.
Yes, so let me take because there are some slides, right? So yeah, so what we try to do, there are a lot of challenges when it comes to using AI in education and EdTech. So we try to boil it down to 3 main statements. What's kind of needed? It's about control, mapping it to competences, and data privacy. So let's go one by one. And when we say control, what we mean is having control over the output. So why is keeping control important? So usually, if we work with publishing houses, they have a didactic concept behind the product. So tasks need to be evaluated in a certain way. They need to be feedbacked in a certain way. And that's kind of need to be in control or according to that didactic concept, not just in any way. So that's what we're trying to help with, bring this control back. What's wrong, what's right? One example is if a question is, where is the Statue of Liberty based? And the answer is, it's based in America. It might be right in the context of language learning, but it might be wrong in the context of history, because America is not the same as USA, or it's a continent. So how to keep this control and being able to fine-tune such kind of things. That's what we help with. And the third point is AI hallucinations. So it's not always right what AI says. It says it confidently, it says everything confidently, but not everything is right. So how to keep or how to ensure quality. That's what we mean by control. Second thing is competences. So if it's used within a learning product, how do you ensure that it's not just providing some feedback? How do you ensure that you can use the data? So kind of how do you map it to concrete values to know what the learner knows and what he doesn't know? So you can use this data to calculate statistics out of it, to track learning progress, to identify knowledge gaps which then can used not just for learners, but also for teachers and for publishers. And we will show afterwards the 3 use cases around that. And last point, probably not quite common topic is data privacy. What happens with the data if a student gives inputs? Is it used for training the models? Where is it stored? How is it processed? Is it anonymized? So all those questions we try to help with. We have, as we said, Cornelsen as a customer and solved all the, or provide solution to all those kind of requirements. And next slide is so what we do as task-based, we take state-of-the-art models from the market, GTP, similar models. We fine-tune them for education. We provide the possibility to further have control, to further fine-tune those models and provide those features we just were talking about. And that's how our collaboration more or less looks like in one picture. So
the only thing to add is as we have seen in Dominic's presentation, there's such a variety of models, technologies, things you can use, and you should use quite a lot of them, which is difficult if you're one actor, one publisher, because it's already hard enough to use one of them. So together we think we can be a good aggregator and integrator of the right ones. And some of the models are very harmless, low risk. So if you use the Adobe image generator, you're quite certain about the copyright, you have clear cost, you have legal security, etc. But then there's also the Midjourney, where you have none of these features, but it's very interesting. There are things we are using since a long time already. I mean, all of us almost are using text-to-speech and speech-to-text since quite a while, and some of them, and they seem quite low risk and manageable, and even if the provider stops doing it, then you can switch to another one. So all this stuff is being done, and we integrate them in our products constantly. But there is this advanced and higher risk, in a sense, AI, where it gets really interesting about feedback that you maybe still not really provide directly to the learner, but you create feedback to the learner for the editors. You create kind of critical content. You create variations of questions that are relevant to a real certificate test. So pretty high stakes things where we don't believe you can let AI run loose, any of it. And TaskSpace has built a lot of experience and is really a leader in this refinement loop. How do you build a feedback management, a QA interface between what the thing spits out and what you want to show to the learners. So at this high quality, high value area, that's why we think TaskSpace is excellent, and while other things are not interesting enough even for you. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the additions. Yeah, it's about the complex learning scenarios, exactly where we work together. So first use case about the learners. Well, the topic is teacher time is limited. Not each individual has enough time, or better said, decades ago, Bloom's Two Sigma research showed that one-to-one tutoring, very personalized learning helps the most. So the average student becomes a good student, the good student is super good, and the less good student above average student. So that's what a personal tutor would do, and that's what the use case is about. And we show some examples where how the feedback is then shown. So we have one video here. I hope it works. Yeah, it's nice. It's a direct collaboration with K12 Schweiz. With us, it's a listening comprehension task. So you had listening, reading comprehension. Then you typically get questions like, why did Caroline move to Edinburgh? As an open task. She wanted to study there as an answer, and then you provide personalized feedback. And you don't really care now about typos, grammar stuff, spelling, but you still give them the feedback. Well done. You mentioned the main reason. You could have also mentioned secondary reasons. That's just an example how you can choose yourself on what you want to focus. And we have 2 or 3 more similar examples. So this one is the same task, listening comprehension, and the feedback is very much simplified because the student in this case, so maybe let me quickly, so this is the answer of the student, and this here below is then the feedback. So it's very much simplified because it's for a younger teacher. We added smileys and stuff to have it level appropriate. And 2 or 1 more example. It's about a grammar task. This sentence as a passive sentence. Turin hosted the 2006 Winter Olympics, which is then the 2006 Winter Olympics was hosted in Turin, and was is kind of wrong. It was were hosted in Turin. So we can really boil down to a very granular evaluation and feedback. So that's the main point what we want to show here. And you can then, I mean, that's cool, add additional synergies if it's on Avalanche using existing content, link it, and really help the learners. So I hand over.
Why it makes a lot of sense. So because you don't lose all the things that you need for deep, diverse, market relevant, regional relevant, interactive activities. And this all comes from author. So there are 280 options, 44 functions, and all these feedback variations and stepped feedback and all these things. You don't want to start to develop them again just because you now do it with AI-generated feedback. So this is plugging in the power of the AI-prepared feedback with the existing deployment through activities. So you can also, if you have content in author, you could quite easily now add these options, switch it on to a subset of your free writing essays and modulate it. Yeah. There we go.
Thank you very much for your additions, Ignaz. So the next use case is actually about the tutors, or better said, also the teachers. We all know, like today in school, it's not like there are two worlds clashing to each other, like or with each other. Actually, it's the offline world and it's the online world. So we're now in a time where partially of the learning content is online and the other part is actually still offline. But we have to combine those two worlds to actually support the teachers and lower their efforts needed to have good learning experiences. So what we aim for is closing the loop there, that we can bring these two worlds together. This means we empower the inclusivity in the classroom with digital tools. What that exactly means is when students using the digital environment to learn, we use this information we can gather there and provide the teachers with information. So we structure this information, we provide information to the teacher that he actually knows what exactly is needed in the offline world and how can I close some blind spots or knowledge gaps with my class and where are they. The important thing here is that all information given to a teacher in that case is according to the didactical concept of the learning material. So it's not a new tool or whatever, like another tool or something else they have to adjust to or something else they have to adapt, like neither the teacher nor the student. It's on the same platform, which would be in that case in Evelyn, where we show as an example something like a teacher dashboard, for example. We bring all the information we gather while the student is on the platform and learning. While this learning experience, we get a lot of information. This information has to be structured and it comes out while the competence mapping in a dashboard. We can find error types or blind spots of students or group of students within the classroom. And here comes the point. Teachers know this kind of evaluations or results. They get information flow out of the digital learning systems, but what they lack of is actually then the solution. With that, we can have the possibility to combine the given information within a learning platform, all content which is already yours in Evelyn anyways. We can bring that together and create personalized worksheets or lessons online or offline for the teacher and the students. We can bring transparency for the teacher to exactly know what the students are struggling with and where they're good at also. There are a lot of other possibilities, like again, a task level summarized on theory pages and stuff like that.
Here is a link into what was formerly also known as AI about 10 years ago, or 20 maybe, rules-based engines, you remember? They were also AI, and they still are, properly defined. So this is now in the platform in Magnet in this case, but there are others, is the adaptive course creation, which is basically always some kind of rules-based system where you say, if this condition is met, then give the student this and that. So this is already there. And now imagine combining this together with the input generated by the analysis, by the dashboard. You could have new conditions easily that say, if error rate on error type X is above so-and-so, give them some additional content, or do another round of spaced learning, put more on the stack, etc., etc. So by combining this, formerly known as AI, rules-based adaptive, with the new machine learning, ChatGPT type AI, you can achieve a lot. And you don't need to use a high dose of the more risky one. You just better fully exploit the traditional AI.
Yeah, exactly. But there's not only learners and teachers or tutors, right? We also have the publishers, which are struggling with the current situation. So there are a lot of challenges. They were mentioned, like this morning, they were mentioned before already. So it is on the market, like with the current development, it's not enough anymore to provide digital learning environments with multiple choice questions, right? Since years, adaptivity is asked from the market, the students wish for personalized learning path, but now even with the hype we have right now, I mean, now it's the personalized learning, conversational learning is asked for, they want to have like open-ended evaluation right away, they want to have now their personalized learning path. But how to solve this? Because what we know, and it's a fear publishers have, and I experience that every day when I talk to publishers, and it's a justified fear which is there, it's the black box when it comes to AI, especially in education. Our data we handle and deal with is delicate. We have to be careful with that data. We have to be aware of that and actually can, like that, we make sure that we handle that data in a way where the data privacy is set and it's just like there's no place or space for error, right? And so we have to make sure that the black box is not there, that we have transparency, that we know what is happening in the background when the AI is active. But how do we do that? And then there's the effort. I mean, it costs a fortune to deal with that hype now and deliver personalized learning paths and implement this in our, like in the existing platform right away. So how should we do that? Like if we listen to an AI podcast, like on weekly basis even, the AI world changes from week to week. It changes, and we have to keep up with that pace. How should that be possible? So we got your back, but we actually got the feedback. Yeah, at Taskbase, what we do is actually our tool that we provide when you work with us. It is, you have full control and you have 24/7 access to your data. You see, and here you can see it. Is it? You can see the red dot? No? So what you can see is a student input, and then or different student input. You click on the input and you know exactly what was evaluated. And with that, you get then to a preview what exactly was feedbacked. And you have full control and full transparency all the time. This means also you can react and actually reject and approve the evaluation which is made by the AI. Everything which is evaluated is defined by, like from your side, this is your decision, and the feedback text and everything which is provided to the student is like your, full in your control. Because also your learning platform is kind of, everything is defined. Also, how do you talk to your students? Do you have an informal or formal way to talk to your students? Or do you want to use emojis, or is this kind of a no-go? This is very important that it comes all from one hand, and actually when you just like plug in our tool there, you don't see anything. You don't see Evelyn first, and you don't see us there, but it all comes as one. And it's just there to make sure that your didactic concept is given as it should be.
Again, we have seen questions and answers, essentially, a management interface for adding filter levels and refinement, but also its content. So you also don't want more fragmentation, more places where your content is lost. So if you use author, in our case, or something else similar, by all means, also independent from our companies now, try to make sure you don't fragment more, because it's hell. So whenever there's new content created that you plan to reuse or just need to keep for tracing, make sure it ends up wherever you have your content now, and don't have more fragmentation of systems and different places where the same kind of things are replicated. It is just a nightmare for the future. So from a place like this, thanks to the integration, it will be easy to say, okay, on these 500 assessment items I already have in there, please create me paraphrasing variations thereof and run them through that training loop that is done by Taskbase. And before this slide, just on the, no, it's okay, go ahead. I'm talking about something else. You can handle that, even at this time. Some cognitive dissonance. What I wanted to say is about the, again, the collaboration and to try to take it away from the companies, because it's not just an advertisement platform. That's not what EEPG is. It's really, you can use these concepts and forget about us. There will be the need for more players who run these models than just Amazon, Microsoft, and the other big ones. So we need safe, local, or safer, more controllable, maybe more transparent, maybe more local variations thereof. And here you see one, but there are probably others emerging, hopefully. So it's just try to think about it from that angle, to avoid this hooking up to 5 different things where you don't know where they really go and where they end up. And you can also run your own. I know publishers who have set up their own Azure monster GPT service and are spending more on that per month than on building a classic learning platform, but that's not affordable for everybody. So this aggregation effect, independent of us, this is something important to look out for. If you see anybody who looks like, okay, they could become a local aggregator or kind of handling these difficult things in a more transparent local manner, that's a good thing to look for. And stop the fragmentation as much as you can, and rather do another loop to try to have these things not be replicated what you have done already 20 times over the last 20 years. So lastly, the invitation. We talked about the Everlane Lab. We have 2 partners who are already playing with Taskbase and us in that sense. And for the moment, it's just worded as an invitation. If you could express your interest, if you're interested, and just contact us. There's no obligation in there. And we're starting this. We're trying to build a system, and we will communicate very openly and fairly about what can you actually participate, what are your benefits. There's no plan to monetize this. So it's just trying to get more calmness and share the knowledge that we're willing to share, because there are also secrets, for good or bad, that people want to keep. But it is an opportunity. So there stands the invitation. If you mail us, we'll answer. Thank you very much.